Or to put it another way, this, but can it truly be dismissed as something so far removed from you? If indeed you
How do
wish
I
to
turn this
cross
off?
to
Okay,
our
there we go.
world
Hey
for a
guys.
time,
So we are going to be
I
taking
would
a look
first
at
ask
some of these
that you
new
indulge
games that
one
came out this
question.
week. One of them was Silent Hill, which I did cover earlier in the week. This time we're going to be looking at... Actually, let me turn the audio down a little bit. This is a little bit loud. This time we're going to be taking a look at Metaphor ReFantazio. This game has been getting really good reviews. Hey Cam, you were waiting for this? You were waiting for Metaphor ReFantazio? Man, this is it. Atlas has released a lot of games this year. They released Persona 3 Reload, now Metaphor ReFantazio. Wasn't there another game in the middle of the year that I forgot about? Didn't they? I feel like Atlas released 3 different games this year. I can't remember what the other one was. It was Persona 3 Reload back in February, and then this game. Oh, it was a Shin Megami. What was it? It was like what was the name of that game? It was a game that came out a few months ago. Oh, they also had Persona 3 Reload DLC.
Is fantasy limited to the confines of imagination?
Didn't they also do, was it on the Switch or something? The Tensei 5 or 6 or something? Yeah, Tensei 5, yeah, Vengeance. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that's the only one that I didn't get. I got this, I have Persona 3 Reload, but I did not get that game. That's why I forgot about it. I would say out of the 3 games, that one is, like, if I had to choose one of them... This is the newest game, because, like, this is a brand new IP from Atlas, whereas Persona 3 Reload is a remaster / remake of the original PS2 game, and then I forget what Shin Megami Tensei 5 was a remaster of. Like, I forget what platform that was. Oh, it was Switch exclusive before now. Okay. Is fantasy limited to the confines of imagination? Would you call it a powerless creation?
More than wishful thinking, more than fiction. Something capable of affecting the realities beyond its bounds. This must be what you believe.
I want to see how this game looks on OLED screen, because I'm playing this on the 32-inch OLED at 4K. I want to see how crisp the anime style, art style looks
that hope can be made
at 4K.
Thus does change come, and thus is fantasy forged into a new reality. Perhaps the story about to unfold before you will tell us. I'm thoroughly...
I completely forgot about this game. There's also the Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, or that game came out too.
Looks like we're in the clear. The capital's just through this desert.
Is it true then? The king is dead? Aye, and the guards are more concerned with the funeral than keeping the roads safe. So now the monsters are roaming in broad daylight. No soldiers to stop them.
Monsters, huh?
Yeah, Sparking Zero.
Been hearing the stories.
It was between this and Sparking Zero. I still kind of want to play Sparking Zero.
That much is certain.
Just because the entire Ginyu Force is in that game. As well as, like, all of Frieza's transformations.
Come on, let's see some respect for the militia! Us folk, we're commoners! No crown or church will save us!
This game is getting very good reviews. This game is getting very good reviews. Hey, RK.
With us or against us?
Good evening.
And if you're against us...
An igniter?
This game is definitely one of the better games to come out in the second half.
Come on, hey, keep it moving up! Next one! Huh? Look at you. What have we got here? He's an elder.
So he is. No horns, no knife ears.
Filthy gremlin like you. What you got in the capital? Oh, what's this? Looks like you've been holding out on us, boy.
Hey guys.
Hold it! Should have listened to us, chum. Now fall in line! Let's want to get stuck like us.
You drew steel. I take it you are prepared to die by it.
Stand aside!
You know, I just realized something. The intro to this game where you're riding on like that horse-drawn carriage or whatever they were in.
This place already
That is
feels
the
like a
exact same
track.
way you start Final
You hear all
Fantasy
that stuff
XIV.
about luring
Final
and
Fantasy XIV
saving
starts in the
us?
exact same way.
You okay? You still got all your limbs attached? Well, at least they didn't figure out our mission. Definitely could have gone worse.
What mission?
Come on. This is no time for jokes.
Oh wait, the voice
that if
choice,
anyone
the
finds out
dialogue
who's
choices
doing
that
what,
you select
it's all
are
over,
voiced?
right? The mission's more important than either of our lives. If we screw this up, there's no going back.
Yeah, I'm playing this at 4K max. I mean, here, I'll turn on the, let me turn on the, Afterburner. I'll have Afterburner up for a while. I don't want to have it on the whole time, though. Because I want to be able to see the entire screen. Oh, wait, what did it say? Use the movement keys to move. Oh, wait, what are we talking about? Oh, RT while moving to dash. Now, I think there's an accessibility option to make it dash automatically. B to dodge enemies' attacks.
Let's go.
Oh, okay, it's a dodge. Oh, okay. So the can you... Oh, this is like this is like Trails Through Daybreak, because you have combat both turn-based and action. Phase sight.
Okay? Strong ones ahead. We gotta be careful.
Come on.
Well, there's a lot of these sandworms.
I'm right here. Come and get me. I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Wait, what? You get one shot? What? Fantasy is dead?
Will your tale.
I glanced over at the chat for 1 second to read the comments. I mistimed the dodge and I die. I guess we're supposed to not fight these things. Get to higher ground.
Get ready, everyone.
But then what about these guys? Oh wait, I gotta stay away from the worms. The sandworms are really dangerous. If there's a lion, what?
Look.
There's a giant lion. Yeah, the both action and turn-based thing is really nice.
But you do remember what we're here to do.
Trails Through Daybreak.
Right?
That is really nice. That game has this style of combat, and I actually really like it.
Right. What am I doing again?
Oh, I don't know. The mission that's more important than our own lives? First, we get to the royal capital and get you enlisted as a guardsman at the army's recruitment center.
A giant lion in 4K.
We either do our jobs or we die.
I didn't even know the lion was there until I turned around and looked behind me and I saw it chasing after me.
We gotta see this mission through.
I thought it was just the hyenas and the
We don't want the sun to
sandworm.
go down on us in the wastes. Let's pull ourselves together and get back on the road. You know what they say. Anxiety breeds the world's cruelest monsters. I mean, fairies say that at least. I can at least cast my usual spell for you. It's the small comforts, right?
Right.
Music was the first magic this world ever knew, after all. Makes the road a little easier. Look! Over there! Let's go. Got a sec?
So I guess we don't even catch up with the group that we were with in the beginning. Looks like a bunch of hyenas from the Lion King. Wait, there's a lion over there.
Like this. Hey, you found something.
Yeah, that's a lion with like a scorpion tail. It's some kind of like half chimera. Hey, it looks like it's an Oregon Trail covered wagon. Yeah, this thing looks like it's from Oregon Trail.
Not good. Run for it.
This land of 8 tribes and 3 nations, all blessed by the power of magic. The United Kingdom of Uchronia. The year is 785. Uchronia is shaken to the core by the sudden death of its king. Anxiety breeds dissent among the tribes. Disparities tear them apart, and no mortal mind remembers the heroic tales upon which their land was built. By this story of fantasy, may this faded world be painted anew.
You know, I was watching one of the reviews of this game yesterday. I think it was either GameSpot or Easy Allies, one of those guys. Anyway, one of them gave it a 10 out of 10. They said that this game, it's like, it has that vibe of like the older, like late 90s, early 2000s style of storytelling. Like that epic adventure, that long adventure that the main character goes on. It is interesting to see a new IP from Atlas, like a whole new franchise that's not Persona or something that's just a rehash of something else like the Shin Megami Tensei series. It is nice to see them do a newer take or newer story, because the last time they've done a new IP was actually Catherine on PlayStation 3. I'm not aware. I mean, they started doing those crossover fighting games.
There's no way that crowd was going to listen to anything a Paribus said.
How does it look on the OLED?
Such a shame.
I mean, it looks really good.
Spare some coin.
It's very bright.
Bless you. Oh,
Careful!
hurry.
Don't you have any street smarts? Come on, kid. Look, we're not tourists here. Gotta stay focused.
Right.
You noticed back on the wagon?
Yeah, and that was a long time ago. Catherine was like 2011. That was a long time back. Then they did all the PS Vita releases, like Persona 4 Golden.
Just look at all the different tribes.
Then they did all those
Never
spin-over,
seen this kind of
like,
diversity out in the countryside.
fighting. They did the
That
fighting
looks very
game
compelling.
stuff. The
I
2D
see
fighting
a
games
Ryzen
for the
was
Persona
something
series.
else, which means
And then they did the
all the kids
crossover,
must
like they
stick out
did
so
the
well.
weird spin-off games, like the
Try to keep your head
Persona, what was it,
okay?
Dancing All Night, like on the Vita.
Did you hear what they're saying about His Majesty? They say it wasn't illness at all. I heard it was foul play, assassination.
Shh, careful who hears you say that.
But it's just like the prince, isn't
Persona
it?
4
They
Arena.
say he was attacked in the dead of night. A war of succession
Yeah, Dancing
is
All
coming,
Night, yeah.
I tell you.
Sounds like monsters have been prowling the countryside.
I think I only
Send
played
your
the
guard out to
first.
deal with them.
I played the first
Monsters
arena
come to
game
hell.
on the
Far cry
PS3.
from when we had Count Luis at the helm, I'll tell you that much.
Hard to see how the nation.
I know they made more than one.
We'd not have
I didn't
to
play
ask
any of
if
the other
prince was
ones.
Still alive?
The king dead, his son stricken. Are there none left to bear the weight of the crown?
We've done all in our power, but not even the kingdom's best. The saint could purify this affliction.
Over 10 years he has languished under this curse. How much longer can his body hold out? No doubt his highness would protest. But since he cannot, we have no choice.
Ultimax.
For the man who cursed his highness and murdered
Was that
our
one
king,
on? Oh,
there
so they were
can
both
be
PS3
no
and
mercy.
Xbox
I
360.
never thought I would have to ask
For some
this
reason, I thought the second one was on
There are so few of us
PS4.
left now. There is no one else to turn to. Will you infiltrate the military to deliver a message to our contact there? This is your mission. For all our sakes, you cannot fail.
Hey, are you listening? Well, I guess I can't blame you for feeling nostalgic. You and the prince were pretty close. Anyway, getting to the capital was only the beginning. Now comes the real high-stakes part. You gotta go get enlisted, so you can meet up with our operative. Remember, nobody here knows who we are.
Oh, they re-released that
Nobody
too.
here knows the prince might still
They
have a claim to the
oh
crown.
wow.
That means if we get busted, that's it.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna save us. Step 1. Let's figure out where
Are they
the
gonna
prince is.
redo 4? Because I know Persona 4 the Golden is on PC. I forget what year it came out on PC. I guess they don't need to redo Persona 4. Or do they? Because I can't remember on Persona 4 Golden. Does it have the same PS2, you know, the small looking character style, not the Persona 5 style? Whereas, you know, the new Persona 3 Reload, it has the new, it's basically Persona 5 graphics for Persona 3.
Whatever will I do?
Oh, this is, okay. Okay, so that's another one they're gonna remake. Yeah, they're definitely gonna remake that. Hold on, I needed to check something here. They're gonna have to remake that one.
Let's go see. Whatever will I do?
That's terribly unfair. But what is there to do now?
So many rumors concerning monsters in the wasteland.
Not what I expected.
That's terribly unfair.
Well, let's do one thing here. I want to turn the music a little bit down because so I can hear the voices more clearly.
Incredible. Whatever will I do?
The Persona 4 Golden's graphics are not as good as the PS2? Well, it's Persona 4 Golden was originally made for the Vita, so it's supposed to be mobile. But that's one that I think they need to redo. Wasn't Persona 4 the most popular one in the entire franchise? Because a lot of the spin-offs were based off of the Persona 4 cast. Like Arena and Dancing All Night, those were from the 4 franchise. Although I think they had some of the characters from 3 in there.
Simply amazing.
5 is more popular than 4? See, I still thought 4, even though 5 was really good, I still was under the impression that 4 was the most popular. There's a lot of people that actually prefer 3 over 4 and 5. I'm not sure why. Although apparently there was enough people that that's the reason why they remade it, or that's I assume why they would remake it.
Let's go see. Let's not.
5 is much more popular than 4 because it's really the first game Atlas made with mainstream appeal.
Hey, mister. It's a king.
Look at that. The new model's out now. I could be out there slinging spells like a master if I had one of those.
That guy's window shopping.
I guess that's the big.
That's like he's looking at X870E motherboards
So many different
and 4090s before they go out of stock. Now I want one.
Now I want one for myself.
Yeah, until you see the price tag.
It's like, now I want one of the 4090s. Yeah, until you see the price tag.
Magic. Me, I can whip out magic anytime I like. And I can even see the Magla in the air. Though, I'm not exactly an archmage.
Wonders never cease. A fairy and an Elden child. Are you new to
Man, she looks like Storm's cousin.
I suggest you keep a low profile. Trust me when I say you don't want to catch the eyes of the lords and ladies. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I run this humble shop. Are you in the market?
She's referred to as Shady Woman.
Here's something that might catch
But she's actually she runs the shop, but she's Shady Woman.
Royal scepter.
She must know Mr. Sardo from Are You Afraid of the Dark? The Royal Scepter.
The Royal Scepter?
You've really never heard of it.
True Sapphire Nitro.
Wow. Where do I even start?
A symbol.
Wait, she's selling the Sapphire Nitro?
Crown's sovereignty. Passed down through generations.
The Shady Woman sells games at 49. That's what this cutscene's called?
Magic. World-shattering power. More practically,
She's got Sapphire Nitros and 4090s in there?
most potent magic igniter. And in the king's hands, it was enough of a deterrent to stave off invasion.
Now he's dead. With no living heir.
Man, she basically... This Shady Woman looks like she's related to Storm from the X-Men. And she also sells 4090s and Sapphire Nitro XTXs. This is really weird, man. The plot line is getting way... It's going way out in left field. It went off rails really quick.
Tragic, isn't it? Kingly magic is of little use without a king. You picked a bad...
Which card am I using? I'm using the reference card.
But there's trouble.
This is the... they call it the MBA. The Made by AMD edition. So yeah, I can... here, let me... Let's do this real quick, I guess. Where's the... Is it connected? Okay. Yeah, so it's just the standard one. So there it is in there. That's the computer. You can see the 4 sticks of DDR5 Running 4 DIMMs DDR5 at 6,000. 1-to-1. But yeah, just to open it up, just to show, like, hold up. It's just the standard one. You can see the Radeon logo there. Well, if it'll show it, that's basically it. But yeah, it's dual 8-pin. Dual 8-pin, 7900 XTX, Noctua NHD 15 air cooler, G-Skill, Trident Z5, 4 sticks. This is the PC that I built last Monday, guys. The one that I did live with the ROG X870E Crosshair Hero with the 9950X. Yeah, this is it. I mean, I've been testing it all for almost 2 weeks. I built it, what, last week? Yeah, last Monday. So it's been a week, almost 2 weeks. And it's been 100% stable. I do have it overclocked to 5.9 gigahertz with Curve Shaper and Curve Optimizer. And we have, what is it? PBO is enabled. And I am using the E-clock at an E-clock value of 103. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Storm's cousin.
I'll keep that in mind.
A word of caution, then. Your survival is your own responsibility.
The voice studio that they used for this, the British actors and actresses sound like they're from the same studio that voices some of the Final Fantasy XIV English VAs. But the main character, like his English voice actor, is the same voice actor as the male protagonist in Honkai Star Rail.
Well, that was unnecessarily ominous. She has a point, though.
In Switzerland, MSI Carbon
Anyway,
and Nova are
you
about
want
the
time
same
to
price right now.
with the locals. You've got a recruiting
Yeah,
office
so in
to
that
find.
case, it's going to come down to, do you want 5 M.2 drives or do you want a dedicated X4 slot?
Let's head there.
That's the difference, because the Nova has 5 M.2s, although the 5th M.2 runs at half bandwidth because it's 2 lanes, but it still gives the option to have 5 SSDs. The Carbon has a dedicated X4 slot, which can be very useful. In fact, it's probably more useful long term. So, but again, if they're the same price, the Carbon is probably the better choice. Unless you want the 5 M.2s.
Leave it out, mate.
MSI X870 Tomahawk versus X870E Nova Wi-Fi. Those aren't even in the same category. Nova definitely, 100% the Nova. Because the Tomahawk is a lower tier product. This is the reason why, see guys, the reason why the Nova was placed at the highest, like S+, was mainly because of the price. Because it is X870E with a retail price of $350. That is the reason why. The Tomahawk is like, what, $50 cheaper than that? But remember, the Tomahawk is a lower end chipset because it is a X870 chipset, whereas the Nova is an X870E chipset. Carbon has 4 M.2s, yes. The thing about the Carbon is it has that dedicated X4. The Carbon also has like a really nice, the back of the board, like on the I/O, it has a lot of USB. A lot of USB, a lot of USB-C. It has, I believe it has dual LAN, 5 gig LAN and 2.5 gig LAN, which for most people will be more useful than a single 10 gig LAN. Or even a single 5 gig LAN, which is what the Nova has. Oh, I'm supposed to go to the recruitment center. Okay.
button?
Dear me.
It ran right past it.
That must be the recruitment center. I'll let you take it from here. It should be pretty straightforward. Oh, and if they start asking questions, just be as honest as you can. Lying will only make us more suspicious. So long as you don't compromise the mission, you're fine. Good luck in there. Knock 'em dead.
No,
Okay,
they're all the same.
You got this.
All of them have the same process. It just looks slightly different when you're updating the
Blue-blood,
BIOS.
Are you? The army's no place for velvet-swaddled lordlings. Why are you here? Perhaps your noble family collapsed under its own weight. Is that it?
Lineage seems a strange measure for a soldier's worth. I'm looking to enlist. Is that enough for you or not?
An uppity one, aren't you? Fine, lordling. Welcome to the Guard, where it'll be your privilege to die.
I'm curious, like what computer, like what sort of hardware are you guys using right now? Like I assume you're upgrading to X870 or X870, but what is your current PC?
From the mud, do try to look patriotic.
Rousing words, Captain. You think threats will buy loyalty? No wonder nobody respects the Guard anymore. But I'm here now, so perhaps the kingdom isn't a lost cause.
Insolent pup! You will learn your place.
Don't. The healers have enough on their plates already.
Be gone, and be thankful you're still in one piece. All right, next. Hurry it up. An elder? I thought your kind was long gone. Age 18. An orphan, too. The army can always use more of those. So, what brings you to enlist?
I'm just so bored. I want to fight for change, sure.
I want to fight for real change.
Lofty words for a gutter rat with an empty coin purse, no? So, what can you bring to our beloved corps? Any skills to speak of?
You sold your computer? So are you using like a laptop, or are you watching, like, are you watching the stream on your phone, or are you watching on a laptop? If you don't have a computer, that's weird. Like, the first thing when you said you sold your computer, I'm thinking like, how are you watching the stream then? I guess you're watching on a phone or a laptop or a tablet. Your old PC, which is about to get, I'm about to gift, has the i9 9900K and GTX 1660 Ti 6GB 32. Yeah, that is some old DDR3. Oh, I mean DDR4. 2400 DDR4, man. That is like old DDR4. I've always been lucky.
I've got a sharp mind.
Yes, you and every unschooled troglodyte. Right, last order of business.
Answering these questions, if this was Kingdom Hearts, this would assign your starting stats. Oh, I have to name the protagonist? Well, I already said that whoever the person in the background watching the story play out was Game Tag. So who's the protagonist? If it's not Game Tag. Does the main character have a default name? Typically, I like to assign them their default name. Like, what is the main character's name supposed to be? Yeah, what's the canon name? The canon name is Will, for Wilhelm. IGN says that the canon name for Metaphor's main protagonist is Will. The Metaphor protagonist canon name is Will, in English at least, or they are named the following in other languages. Wilhelm, if it's German. Is there a way to choose the default name? Wilhelm for the German, Victor for Spanish, Eric for French, Victor for Italian, and Pedro for Portuguese? Pedro is the Portuguese name? What? This is the default name. How do you... Is there a way to just automatically assign the default? English, it's Will. German, it's Wilhelm. Wilhelm is like the main villain of the Xenosaga story. So that's something you haven't heard in a while. What is the... Is there a Japanese one? Renee? That's like a... That is totally not a Japanese name. But okay. Unlike the Persona series, you cannot give the protagonist a last name. I'm just gonna use the canon name. The reason why I like the canon name is because if you ever like if Atlas decides to make an anime series out of this, then they're gonna use they're gonna have to give the protagonist an actual name. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're just gonna go with Will, because that's the default. How do I do this? Oh. Yes. Okay.
You know your letters, do you? We'll get some use out of you yet. All right, lad. Welcome to the guard.
You're on Z370.
Sure heard about
Wasn't
Z370
Z370 supposed to be for the 8000 series? I thought Z390 was for the 99. Oh, it was just a refresh. Yeah, they kept making like a bunch of new sockets back then. But then they backported it. Did it work on Z270? Z270 was like the shortest lived Intel socket in the history of computers.
Uh-huh.
Let's hurry.
Hazel. Oh, we already went through the recruitment. Why does this remind me of the movie Solo? Han Solo's movie? I don't know why. The whole, like... joining the, military.
Wait!
I thought I just enlisted.
Look at that.
Oh, I'm just supposed to line up? Oh. We're playing one of the best RPGs that just released.
I heard they get sightings.
What? Of those huge monsters?
Ryzen 9 9800X3D will be officially introduced on October 25th. Wait, whoa, hold on. Is that true? Is that true? Wait. Is X3D really coming out? Hold on. Wait, what?
Another Clamar.
Really?
Wait. No. You don't look like the others. Surely not. An elder? It's the first of your kind I've seen.
Is that true, or is that just some random leak that might not be true?
Squires and children with igniters now. Waste of good gear. It's better off in my hands. Give it here.
Brute force and crude insults. The world is yours for the taking.
Care to say that again, boy?
We all have our reasons to enlist. Now get back in line.
Oh, another high and mighty.
Man, that's the voice actor of Bahamut in Final Fantasy 16. Dion.
Oh, forget the tribes. This is a matter of pride. Now.
That is the VA for Dion in Final Fantasy 16. I am almost certain that's the same VA.
Sorry for making a scene. You alright?
Thanks. You didn't have to do that.
Just felt like stepping in.
What about
Don't worry about it.
9950X3D?
Well, see you around. Try not to
Yeah, 9950X3D is probably gonna be a
Don't make my
beast.
job
That is gonna be
any harder,
beast
please.
mode.
Here,
Like
good
Beast
night,
Machines and Beast Wars.
These days, most come with their own magna crystals. So with practice, anyone can use magic. To an extent, anyway. It's not the sort of thing you can master in a day. For now, newbies like you best focus on surviving.
Yeah,
Take this
man.
too.
When that thing comes
Protect
out,
it
there's
with
gonna
your
be
life.
some insane demand for like upgrading PCs. That 9950X3D.
Wow, that's a real map. It's dangerous to even chart the wilds, but this is full of details. Only the military could pull this together.
Listen up, striplings. My name is Captain Klinger. And as of this moment, you miserable lot are under my command. I'm sure you've all heard about our forces being tied up with the funeral proceedings.
The
for his
Super. What is that? The
But if
Super.
you think you're on cushy security,
PSU.
think again.
Super. What is
You will
that?
be deployed to a fortress at the northern border, where you will be trained into true guards. Our veterans there will teach you the one thing you need to master if you're to survive. Pain.
Is a Chinese company?
That's exactly where our contacts hold up.
Enjoy tonight's sleep, because it's the last full night's rest you'll get. Dismissed!
The way he said dismissed. Dismissed.
Look at all the other recruits. They really are desperate.
That's not how they say dismissed at boot
Oh,
camp.
right. I know you don't know what our contact looks like yet.
Dismissed.
But he'll know you by your sword. He'll also know right away why we've come. And don't worry, I'll recognize him. Well, the charming captain is probably right.
Hydro PTM
We should
Pro
get some rest
ATX
for tomorrow.
3.0 Gen 5 PCI 5.0 1200 watt 80 plus platinum.
You awake?
I don't know, man. See, this is why marketing exists. This is why marketing exists. I can tell whoever named that product doesn't have a lot of experience in marketing. Because that's not how you market a product. If you name your product FSP Hydro... First of all, FSP Hydro PTM Pro. What does that even mean? What is FSP? What is that? FSP? Like... That's like, Tales of Grace is F. What is the F? Tales of Grace is F. What does the F mean? Like, FSP Hydro PTM Pro. What is... First of all, there's two acronyms in that name. There's actually, technically, there's three acronyms in that name. FSP, PTM, Pro. Like, what is that? You know, like, what is the PTM?
Nope, I'm asleep. Good night.
Haha, very funny. Look, I just have a lot on my mind. Can't seem to fall
It could
asleep.
be the same
About it,
Chinese
it's like in
brand that
capital,
makes the
but
Micro
still.
Center power supplies.
And you hear and see all this prejudice out in the open?
Look up Power
That's a
Spec.
lot.
Power Spec is what I have. I have a Power Spec from Micro Center. It was a cheap one. It's a Chinese brand. I mean, I've been using it for over a year. I mean, it's fine. It's the only thing that's weird about it is when you turn off the computer, the fan on the power supply spins for a while, and then it turns off after some time. Like, it'll spin for like 30 seconds after the computer's turned off, and then it will turn off.
That's just how it is.
Well, I don't think that should be how it is. Some people are even saying it's the lesser tribe's fault that the monsters are
It's a
showing
bit
up at
scary.
all.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it
These are
does.
the same kind of people who burned down your village, remember?
It's ATX 3.0. I mean, it has that 12 volt, very high power, whatever connector thing on it natively.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, but still.
You're currently
the
using
prince was kinda
3060
taking it.
Ti and a
He cared more
Ryzen
about
5
who you were than
5600
what
with
you
a
were.
PSU.
I can see why you.
Well, I mean, the PSU is probably fine.
Speaking of, he's the one who gave you that book, right? Can I see it?
Sure, I guess.
I gotta say, I've been curious. Thanks.
This is like the Deathly Hallows.
It's what you call a fantasy story, right? So it's a fantasy world made up by the author. The prince loved those kinds of stories. Okay, let's see. It says the young traveler was amazed by.
Well, it probably has the silent fan mode. When you turn it on from a cold start, the fan should spin for a while, though. It should spin and then it should turn off.
So not even any fairies? I guess less differences means less to argue over. In such a world, there is no need for sorcery. A megapolis is built.
The problem is, if you're using a 3060 Ti with a 1200 watt power supply, you're never gonna see the fan spin. It's not gonna pull enough power.
Satisfied people, it reads. All lives are equal.
This is the modern world, yeah.
I see.
It makes me think of the Deathly Hallows, though. It's got that, you know, that weird sepia color scheme going.
It really does sound
with
like
the shadows.
But it's strange to feel envious of a fictional world. Hey,
wait, this is the fictional world? That's the fictional
how
world.
hard it is for me to turn these pages
They're in the real world. This is the fictional world they're looking at. In the Deathly Hallows on an OLED.
Good night.
They're looking at the fictional world through a OLED in a book. Yes, let's save it. Hold up. Turn this thing up.
Shouldn't you be
this out of the
resting?
way. Yeah, get that out of the way.
I'm fine. In fact, I'm glad we have this chance to talk. I've been reading, and I hope that someday we can make our kingdom like the place in this book. You said it was some kind of fantasy novel, didn't you?
Man, I cannot play games on anything besides OLED now. This is too. This is like. This is conditioning me to only want to play games and watch shows on an OLED. Like, this is too good. Like, I can't go back. The motion clarity, the color contrast is like it's too much. It's too good. Like, I can't go back and use my other computer that doesn't have an OLED.
It's tragic.
Yeah, I'm still using. This is the Crosshair Hero.
You okay?
I updated the description. The description of my video has the system specs in the video.
Don't push yourself so hard. Reality is much too cruel. I know that. But I'll fight it. I'll fight to the end.
See, the thing is, you have to remember that once you upgrade your monitor, you're pretty much set with the monitor for years and years. Like you buy a monitor and you keep the monitor and you use that for so long. The monitor will outlast multiple graphics card upgrades.
So I can't give up.
So that's why I feel like you want to. It's okay to spend a lot on a monitor that you know you're going to keep for a long time. So you want to choose the right one.
Not that I expect it will be easy. I believe in you. Familiar words. When I'm down, when I struggle, you're always there to help me through it. Let's do it.
You can just say GTR. Most people are calling me GTR or Game Tech. People say Game Tech, some people say GTR. Oh, what is that? He's got a plant growing in him or something? Oh, that is the son of the guy who was murdered at the very beginning of the game. Now I get it.
Won't give up either.
So that's the true heir to the throne.
Trust me.
That guy looks like Narukami. That's Narukami with those ram horns. I haven't bothered to change the RGB. I mean, I can. I just don't want to install the ASUS software. We were looking at the computer earlier. I had it on the camera.
Until arrival.
You're gonna do AMD Godlike? Okay, well that's gonna be a very godlike build. That's gonna be super high end.
Let's see.
Which CPU you're gonna go with?
This place here.
Let's see.
Oh, okay. Wow. So you can go pretty far. Is there a way to zoom out? Oh, I like this. Okay. So you can see like there's a... This is like a lagoon. There's some weird thing over here. That's a strange looking thing. Then we have a boat over here. That's a really big boat. There's some island here. This is probably some kind of end game island. This was like an end game place, late game place. This is like this is the Fire Nation from Elden Ring or Shadow of the Erd Tree. We got ourselves some jungle green over here and some forest green over there. And then there's the ice mountains. And then there's something written in, I don't know what that is. That's definitely not that's not English, that's not Russian. That it looks kind of like the Greek alphabet, but it's not, as far as I can tell. It's some kind of weird hieroglyphics.
This place here.
You did the Intel Godlike 7900 XTX OC and 14900K. I basically built the exact same computer, except the only difference was mine was not 14, it was 13, but it was the same GPU. It's the 7900 XTX with the 13900 overclocked to 6 gigahertz. Yeah, I did the same build. Not the Godlike board though. I can never find that board. I built mine with the Aorus Master, the Z790 Aorus Master.
Hold on.
In fact, I need to like test that computer on stream again because I did all the BIOS updates for the Intel CPU, so it's supposed to never die from the voltage problem, but I don't know. I do need to test that.
This place
Yeah, man, 13900K and 14900K. We were joking about this yesterday, like on stream, because I went over the entire Intel PowerPoint deck about the new upcoming Intel CPUs, and like I had an epiphany where I realized something. I was like, oh, so Ryzen 7000, like the 7950X, is basically Goku Super Saiyan 2, and the 13900K is Vegeta Super Saiyan 2, and the 14900KS is Majin Vegeta. And everybody understood it. Like, it just made sense. It was like that aha moment where it's like, oh, everything just makes sense now. You know, the 7950X has been Goku all along, and the 14900K is Majin Vegeta. And it's Clash of the Titans. It's basically what it is. It's on the YouTube channel. That's literally the most recent video on the channel. The video on which motherboard you recommend and stuff. That's go watch the two. Okay. Oh, you mean the full video? So there's actually 3 videos on the channel. The latest video upload is called X870E tier list video. That is the latest video. There are also live streams. So if you're asking about the full deep dive video, you need to go watch Tech Thursdays episode 79. That's the one. That's a 5-hour long live stream that covers every single motherboard. Like all the motherboards. All of them. That's why it's 5 hours long, because it's a lot of motherboards. So yeah, that if you want to see like the deep dive video, like you want to watch the Tech Thursdays episode 79. Otherwise, we did do a follow-up live stream last weekend for X870E tier list, where the chat basically helped build the tier list. The only difference between that one and the official video that I did is the Strix was S tier, whereas in my video it was A tier, and the Pro Art was B tier, whereas in my video it was A tier. So 2 of the Asus boards, one went up a tier, one went down a tier. Oh yeah, I bet it's heavy. That's an EATX motherboard. It's not a normal size. And it has backplate.
Hey, don't forget.
Wait, what do we have to do? This is where our contact should be, so hopefully we find a quick...
Okay then.
The carriage transporting the new recruits arrives at its destination. The northern border fort. The towering fortress was built during the Annex War in the mountains.
When you delit it, what happens with the oh, you're talking about the Intel one. Yeah, I know what happens when you delid the Intel one. I'm curious to know what happens if someone delids the AMD one.
Disembark from their coaches at the foot of a steep ascent.
Because see, AMD and Intel, they're doing different things. Like with Ryzen is trying to target a thermal temperature. It's trying to get to 95 Celsius.
Finally. Can hardly feel my legs.
So if you delid the Ryzen CPU and you put it on a full custom loop or some insane cooling and it just can't hit 95 anymore, then I wonder what happens, because it's supposed to keep boosting and boosting and boosting until it gets to 95C. So if it can't get to 95C, then I guess it becomes power limited. It'll just like run at max power forever. So I guess that's what it does, which is pretty interesting. That's pretty crazy. Would you pick the X870? Well, first of all, X870E crosshair or the Carbon? I almost got the Carbon. When I was at Micro Center, I was like this close. I was like this close to getting the Carbon. But my original plan was to get the Hero, because I wanted to use the external clock for overclocking. So ultimately I ended up getting, because something in the back of my mind kept telling me I need to stick to my original plan, which was to get the Hero for the asynchronous clock, because I didn't know if the Carbon had it, and I didn't want to buy the Carbon and just to find out if the Carbon has it, great. If the Carbon didn't have it, oh no, that means I have to return it. So that was one of those things, and I was like, well, okay, here we go. It's another $200 down the drain, but it ensures that I have the overclocking feature that I wanted to use. So that's why I ended up getting the Hero. I know the Godlike has the E-Clock. I don't know if the Carbon has it. Yeah, I don't plan on getting rid of the Hero anytime soon. No, I'm pretty much set with this motherboard for the foreseeable future. I am going to be testing RAM overclocking soon, within the next couple of weeks, because so far I've been running the computer with 4 sticks of DDR5 at 6,000. So I can confirm that on the new motherboard, 4 sticks at 6,000 works, as long as you're running single rank DIMMs. Now, I have not tested dual rank DIMMs. I will do that next. But I don't think that you'll be able to get 6,000 easily. I'll be very surprised if 6,000 is easy to do without any manual tweaks. I think it's still going to require manual tweaking. I've done it before. So, you saw it in the Carbon's BIOS? The E-Clock is in the Carbon's BIOS? I mean, considering the Strix is a $500 motherboard and that has it, because see, I didn't know the Strix had asynchronous mode until recently. We figured it out after I had already gotten the Hero. Will you recommend 4 or 2 sticks on the Godlike for 96? It depends on what you like the look of. If you like the look of 4 sticks of memory, you can do 96 gigabytes total with 4 sticks on the Godlike. If you don't care and you want to just be easy mode, just put 2 sticks in there, 2 times 48 and be done with it, and it'll run at 6,000 easily, then do the 2 sticks, 2 times 48. Really, the only people that should be doing 4 times 24 are the people who really like the look of 4 sticks of RAM. That's the only reason why you would do that, because that caps you to 96 gigabytes. But, you know, how many people actually need more than 96 gigabytes of RAM? Personally, I think for a gaming PC, 48 gigabytes is what I would recommend for most people today. I would not recommend 32 anymore. I think 32 is the minimum amount, and I never recommend minimum amount. So 48 is what I would recommend, because with 48, you can do 2 times 24, and that's single rank DIMMs, which means you can run the RAM at very high speeds. For example, I personally run 48 gigabytes at 8,000 for the best performance. And it's relatively easy to do that on these new motherboards compared to trying to run 6400 at 1-to-1, because 6400 1-to-1 is not guaranteed unless you win the Silicon Lottery. But the average Joe who goes and buys, you know, any random Ryzen CPU, all the new motherboards will be able to support 8,000 very easily. And 8,000 is less stressful on the memory controller than 6400 1-1. And we've talked about this extensively. So that is what I personally recommend. I recommend 48 gigabytes of RAM. And why? Oh, my email came in. 48 gigabytes of RAM at 8,000. That is what I recommend for a gaming PC. Otherwise, you can do 6200 1-1. You can do that. The only problem with 6200 is there aren't a lot of memory kits that have native XMP or EXPO profiles that are 6200. So it's very rare. I mean, you can do it manually. Like, you can just tell the BIOS, hey, do 6200, and then go and, like, Google some primary timings and set those yourself. So you can do that, but I feel like that's kind of... I would much rather, like, use a memory kit that has its own SPD profile, so I can set that, and then I'll tweak from there. Rather than having to guess, like, 6200, CL32, you know, 32, 36, 36, whatever, or 32, 38, 38, whatever, you know, and trying to guess if it'll work or not. Then you got to do all the stability testing. Versus you buy a 8,000 kit of memory, like, for example, I've got one right here. So, like, this is what I'm using right here. The G-Skill, I mean, it's in the description of the video, guys. The G-Skill Trident Z5, this is a 48 gigabyte kit that runs at 8,000. But see, the thing that they don't tell you is this memory kit does 8,000 at only 1.35 volts, which means you have a lot of headroom to overclock it to like 8400 if you want to push 1.4 volts, for example. So that is what I would personally do, but you guys can do whatever. I mean, that's fine. But I've tested a lot of RAM. We got a lot of different memory kits here that I'll be testing in the future. So we've got some Ripjaws. We got some Flare X over here. So I got this. I've got my 8000 kit that I always talk about. And then I have another. We have a dense. This is a 96 gigabyte kit. So this is 2 times 48 at 6400. So this is a dual rank config. So I've got a bunch of different RAM here that I'll be testing. So we'll be making some new videos with this Crosshair Hero in the near future. Testing Asus's Nitro path.
Listen well, you lackwits. The battlefield is no place to sit on your asses, and the border front is always a
I don't have a lot of Corsair memory. The only kit of Corsair that I've got for DDR5, I have a 64GB Corsair Vengeance DDR5 5200. So that's 2x32. And I run that with the 7800 X3D.
Stand to, curs.
That's
You
Micron.
have the honor to serve at the command of Captain Klinger, war hero, tactician, master of arms. When I earned rank in the trenches, forged in the blood of my comrades.
Spare us this drivel. Say, friend, I'm curious. What is it about that book that's captivated you so?
It's interesting. It tells the tale of a world with no Magla arts. A peaceful one.
A world with no Magla arts would be better, would it?
I mean, I personally think that 24
I'm
gigabyte
intrigued.
DIMMs are the best
So it's
ones
describing a better
right
world.
now. If you want to
In
run
Utopia,
high speed.
perhaps.
If you don't care about high
I'm something
speed,
of a reader
then
myself, but that's
you
not
know,
like any
then
book
then
I've
it's
read.
then it's
You know,
more like,
when the
oh,
late
get
king took the throne,
48
he was
gigabyte
quite the
DIMMs
idealist
or
himself.
32 gigabyte DIMMs.
He made grand claims about unifying the people under his rule. Never managed to do it in the end, of course. Reform takes more than high-minded, eloquent speeches. Maybe he was too blind to see that himself.
Listen to you. A babe with his first sword thinking he knows better than a king.
Single rank at 6,000 will pretty much work on any
No
of
one
them.
cares what you think.
So you have to decide based off of your use case.
Something to say?
Like, what are you going to plug into the computer? Are you going to use a capture card? Are you going to use, do you need an X4 slot? Are you going to use an external, well, okay, the external capture card doesn't matter. All of them can do that. Are you going to populate a bunch of M.2 slots? Like, do you need Gen 5, Gen 4, Gen 4, etc.? Like, what are you actually going to use in the computer? That's the thing. In terms of VRM, all of them are good enough. Like, even the regular, like, budget, you know, $200 motherboard can support a 9950X with an overclock, no problem. You know, even with PBO running it in unlimited power mode. So I personally, I would not even bother caring about what the VRMs are, because all of them are super overkill for the Ryzen 9000, especially if you plan to go with X3D, because X3D uses even less power. So all those VRMs, especially on those $500 motherboards, are complete overkill. So they're basically all equal in that regard. So what it comes down to is the slot layout, the lane allocation. Those are the things that you want to look for when you're choosing a motherboard. And I mean, I can't tell you what to buy because I don't know how you're going to use the computer. I know how I'm going to use the computer. I need to run a capture card. I need to use USB 4. I need 4 M.2 slots because I'm going to use all 4 of them day one. You know, like, I would like to avoid PCIe lane sharing of the GPU. So in my case, I'm able to do what I need. I can fulfill my goals or my objectives with the motherboard that I chose. But my objectives might be different from your objectives. So that's why I can't tell you what motherboard to get. Like, you have to look at the data and you have to make a decision. You will broadcast directly without any capture card, but I think I will use 3 M.2. Okay, but see, so a lot of people seem to overlook what a capture card can do for them. So, like, for example, if you ever plan... So, here's an example. So, some of the videos, and I'm going to be doing more of this, but there's a lot of setup involved with that. But, like, if you want to show a console, or if you want to show a... like, if you want to stream a console game. Like, for example, if you guys watched my streams for Stellar Blade, and when I was streaming Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, in fact, next month, in November, I will be streaming a lot of PlayStation 5 Pro, because I will be covering the launch of the PS5 Pro. So I'm going to retest Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy 16, Lords of the Fallen, Astrobot, and Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, and probably a few others that I can't think of right now. But I'm going to be testing a lot of PS5 games on the Pro. And for that to be shown on stream, I must have a 4K 60 HDR capture card, because that is how you play your PS5 Pro games on your PC with no latency. That is the thing. Some people think, oh, if you get an external capture card, you're going to have latency. That's true if you buy a USB-based capture card. But I'm not using a USB capture card. I'm using a USB 4 capture card. That is 40 gigabit with full PCIe tunneling. That does not have latency. So, see, that is what the professionals do. But these are the sort of trade secrets that professional streamers know about. And the average person who just wants to, like, show off their game or whatever, they don't actually know this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, that's actually how it's done. That is why USB 4 is a big deal, because USB 4 can enable you to do a lot of things that you didn't even know you could do with it. Besides, you know, external storage, and you can drive like monitors off of USB 4 from the integrated graphics. What is this? I apologize for him. Is it a fight you want?
I apologize for him.
See? Take a cue from your friend in the lesser tribe. Well, Clamar, I'll let it go this time. But only because I like.
What expectations do I have for the new X3D?
Next time, keep your complaining to yourself.
I think it's going to be the fastest gaming
That's the last
PC,
thing
or
I need.
fastest gaming
I suppose I
processor.
deserved it in part. Speaking ill of the
I
dead.
mean, we've already seen, like, if you watch the live stream, well, I don't know if you watched Tech Thursdays yesterday, but yesterday I went over the entire Intel presentation, and Intel set expectations appropriately. So the new Intel CPU is equal to the 14900K and the 9950X in gaming, which means it loses to X3D, which means that X3D is the only, like, best in slot CPU for gaming. It's like, well, it's the fastest. Let's put it that way. So I expect it to be the fastest gaming part. That's pretty much it. Like, the 9950X3D could be very interesting because that one could be, you know, that one could be really good with productivity as well as gaming. So that one, that's probably the one that I'm most interested in. I think the 9800X3D is going to be the best in slot for gaming.
My mouth tends to get ahead of my thoughts sometimes. Although, I'm glad a bad habit seems to have drawn us together. Oh, never got round to an introduction. I'm Stroll. Leon Stroll, son of the Count of Harlia. And you are?
If that is true, if it's close to productivity. Well, actually, the 7950X3D was close to the 7950X in productivity, so I can believe that.
That's my name.
I have that right? It's got a certain weight to it. For what it's worth, my title doesn't mean much. Here and now, we're peers and equals.
By the skin of my teeth! Now, where was I?
If you're gonna buy single rank, it doesn't matter which one you buy.
Fresh meat?
Someone help!
Well, it's gonna come down to the speed. What's the speed that it's rated for?
Hey, speak to me, man.
I personally would get 8,000 myself.
Stay on guard. It's too...
Not one of mine. Must be one of the fort's guard. Those damn vultures across the border. They must have heard about the king's death. Anyway, to the fort. Double time. I'll stay behind to see to the poor bastard's wounds.
You want us to go on ahead? Alone? Shouldn't we at least send a team back to ask for...
I knew fear would take you at the first step. You want to turn tail? Are you a traitor to the cause? The guard has no place for cowards. You are part of His Majesty's Royal Army. Swallow your fear.
Okay, here's something I'll tell you. Here's something I'll recommend on RAM. When it comes to RAM,
This time tomorrow.
when it comes to RGB on the RAM, if your computer is in your bedroom and you normally use sleep mode on your computer, so you put your computer to sleep instead of shutting it down or instead of using hibernate, if you use sleep, also known as S3 standby, if you have RGB RAM, the lights on the RAM will not turn off. So the reason why I'm telling you this is because if the PC is asleep and it's in your bedroom and you're trying to sleep at night, just know that the lights on your RAM are going to be on the whole time while you're trying to sleep. So you got all this RGB glow like just going around the room while you're trying to sleep. That can be really annoying. So that is one reason why I don't like RGB RAM, because when you use sleep mode, the RAM lights do not turn off, and that is because when you use S3 standby, the memory is kept in a low power state, and the operating system, like the state that it was in when you were using the computer, is saved, or it is suspended to the RAM. So the RAM has to remain on though it's in low power. This is called power down mode, also known as power down enable in the BIOS. So it has to use that functionality to maintain the state of operation, so that when you come back to the computer and you wake it up from sleep, it resumes everything's there. So if you have RGB RAM and you use S3 sleep and the PC's in your bedroom, it's going to be very annoying trying to sleep at night with your RAM just like lit up like a Christmas tree the whole time. So just keep that in mind. That's one reason why I don't like RGB RAM. But if you're someone who does not use sleep and you turn the computer off, or you use hibernate, then that won't be a problem.
He's right. We're warriors. Up there is our first chance at glory and riches. Damned if I'm gonna waste it. Let's go.
Damn it. Well, I suppose this is what we signed up for.
Modern standby still keeps the memory in a low power state though. So even if it's modern standby, modern standby and S3, they both will keep the lights on the RAM.
About this.
The only difference is modern standby. I forget what it does to the CPU state. I think it powers down the CPU even more than S3.
Wait, is that a
but that's not going to affect the RAM
Did you
lives.
catch it yourself?
She's with me.
Yes, and I have a name, by the way. It's Gallica.
So you travel together? You've stayed well hidden for quite a while.
Well, I didn't want anyone making a fuss. But we've got bigger problems right now. I can't shake this feeling. We gotta be careful.
Agreed. I'll follow orders, but I'm not about to let this armchair general send me to my death. Let's take a moment, then head in once we're prepared. I assume you know how to use an igniter properly?
I'm not so sure. He's never used one before. I mean, he's a commoner, so not much chance to.
Fair enough. Well, just stay behind me and you'll be all right. I swear I won't let you die. I'm with you.
Oh, this is bad. I didn't think you'd actually have to fight anyone. I just hope our contact in the fort's okay. Let's keep our guard up and hope we find out. Okay?
But I don't know if it'll turn off the RAM lights, though. It'll turn off all the lights on the motherboard, but I don't think it'll affect the RAM lights.
Yep. Actually,
I see.
this is...
G-Skill Corsair in Kingston.
There it is.
Man, they're fighting a Dark Souls boss.
Human.
That's a human?
Stand your ground! Charge it! Pursue!
We have to help the survivors. Oh. Damn it.
Oh.
Hurry.
Am I able to switch characters? I guess it'll tell me how to do that later.
This is bad.
What?
What do you think? Huh. Got it? Take care of it, please. Things will be fine.
Our usual tactics should work.
Stop you.
Okay, so squad battles is turn-based.
Burn to us!
I won't hold back! Fire! Still here?
The power of fire!
Let's keep this up.
We made short work. All right.
This is the first time you've heard of it being sold in Turkey. Now you saw it. Wait, what was it? Scene from Chainsaw Man. There's two paths. There's a door over here.
Wait. Be careful.
Hey. Okay.
Oh. This battle's out.
Give it my all.
Let's go.
Still
fight.
I need to do what? How do I? I gotta do medicinal herb.
This'll do.
Burn to us! That settles
Not
that.
bad. I'll strive for greater heights.
Oh, I can choose what stat. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so I can actually choose. Raises item acquisition rate. Raises hit evasion and escape success. His damage is low, but his... Oh, you know what? It is like what I thought. So this game, like, it determines your starting stats based off of how you answered the recruitment questions when you were joining the military. That's how... Oh, okay. So, because I said I made him say he was more of like a bookworm. He has high magic stat. Interesting.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Look. All right. How's that? Let's give him a fight.
This could be our chance.
Now get ready.
So what's my skills? Mage fire?
Burn!
Wow.
The next one will fall just as easy.
I think we're in the clear.
Oh.
Run. No.
Wait, I bet it's on the roof. Let's go downstairs first and see what's in the basement. You're regretting not getting Tai Chi Lite because of E-Clock, but Nova Wi-Fi will do. Well, E-Clock is really if you want to try to eke out the, like, a tiny bit more performance. Like, it's not really the end of the world. It's really more for overclocking. If you're really going to do hardcore overclocking, then it's a good thing to have. Otherwise, it's not a big deal.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't worry about it. Unless you're just really going to do a lot of overclocking. Then, yeah, the Tai Chi would be nice to have for that.
Wrong opponent. That'll do it.
It looks like I could have gone... Oh, wow.
Be careful.
Yeah, you can do that without B-Clock. Or E-Clock.
This battle's out.
It has a Persona 5 style. Wait, he's fighting a giant molar? They just killed a giant molar?
Wish every fight was that easy, eh? That was the last of them.
You can, you'll just have to tweak it in a different way. You'll have to use PBO plus 200 megahertz override, and then you'll have to probably do... You'll have to figure out what the fastest two cores are, and then depending on which ones they are, then you'll do like negative offset for everything else, and a different negative offset for the best cores, and then you'll use Curve Shaper to make sure that it maintains stability.
Looks like they got it.
They'll need more than this. Here.
Not done yet.
Not on an X3D.
Let's catch our breath.
I think
Corruptimizer doesn't work on X3D. I thought it did. Doesn't negative offset work?
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
See, the thing that's gonna make the new X3D better than the existing X3D is Curve Shaper. Unless Curve Shaper gets backported to the 7000 series, Curve Shaper with X3D is probably gonna be really good. Because of that magnitude change, it doesn't impact the low and idle frequencies. Oh, okay. X3D can't. Okay. Yeah, so then what happens if it's the 7950 X3D? Because the 7950 X3D has one CCD without the 3D cache. And that one already can clock up to 5.7. This game is giving me some Lords of the Fallen vibes. I don't really know why, just because of the way that this is set up.
I bet we'll find a use for that.
Yeah, see, that's why I like the 750X3. That's the CPU that I use in the Tech Thursdays machine. You want to overclock your car to 500 horsepower?
Hey.
Damn it!
Hey. Damn it.
That should come in handy. Pocket it.
How am I supposed to... What? There's a secret wall here? Oh, right here.
Hold on. You... I get it now. What?
Was that?
Hurry!
Let's hurry.
I just realized that I'm covering up the, maybe I should move myself over here. Or maybe I should move myself up here. So that I'm not in the way of the thing.
This is bad. They're onto us.
Right here.
Good one! Let's hit! This is our chance! Forward! Let's settle this quick!
Get in there! Finish him off!
I won't hold back! A tough one! They die hard! They chose the wrong opponent.
Okay, not bad at all.
Oh, I can change the stats again. The default's to magic. But do I have to do magic? Oh no, oh, he automatically gains a magic stat because I chose that.
We won't lose this fight for my own justice. Burn to a mist!
You gotta aim better than that.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay, his magic stat's really good. I probably should be leveling up the magic for the damage.
Looks like it's not safe yet. Stay alert. Quick, let's...
Okay, let's give this all we've got.
Now get ready.
You're here?
The power of fire!
Wish every fight was that easy, eh? That'll do it.
Was there something up here? There's a lot of dead enemies down, or soldiers down there. Anybody playing the Dragon Ball game? Sparking Zero or something, whatever it's called? I heard that game has like a 180 characters, playable characters.
That's true, but...
I'm heading out.
Hold on, we're not gonna go there yet. We need to go a bit down here and check what's up over here.
Let's do this.
Let the battle begin!
I won't hold back! Burn!
Just one left. Down. Got nothing to worry about.
A tough one.
The power of fire!
You're playing Frostpunk 2?
That settles that.
What do you think of that game? Isn't that game really hard to run? I was under the impression that that's really hard to run.
Let's push through. Let's give him a fight. This could be our chance. Through here. I think I'm getting used to this.
That'll do it.
How does it run for you?
What do you think? Yep.
They rebel, and finally they kick you out of the administration. You start over.
Damn. Such tremendous power.
It's horrible. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
We can't let it get away with this. We have to hold it off somehow. Darned humans. It was all because of them.
We'll just have to make it work.
Let's go. Burn!
1 HP?
Vile monster. You're mine. Burn to ash!
What's going on? It didn't even flinch.
Damn it all! I'm not going down like this.
I won't hold back. Let's go.
Actually, just how much do I? 3? What? 3? Well, I don't think we're supposed to win this.
Badly wounded. Can anyone heal him?
How is it this strong? I'll distract it. You two, run!
But...
Above all else, I am a noble, and a noble defends his people, no matter the cost. Farewell. If you would repay me, then live.
I can't take any more. Someone heal him.
Man, he... Uh-oh.
No! Please, say something!
Stroll!
Don't be a fool. Just run for it.
Oh, fate-saddled child. Oh, anguished traveler. Thy fate is crown-twined, thy soul bound for the throne. The future yet unknown dawns in this moment. Thy path may fork, but only one may be chosen. Confront the threat before thee, or die here in obscurity. Now choose.
I choose.
So be it. Heroism lies in the soul that stands firm against its fears. Power awaits thy command. The time is come to awaken the hero within. Engrave thy very heart.
Man, it's so bright. It's like I went outside. Man, that OLED's bright. It's like he turned into a Silent Hill enemy. Or not. He turned into something from Dead Space.
What the heck is going on? Anyway, we've got to find a way to fight back. Scour! Alright, that did the trick. Are you okay? If we don't push back, we're dead. Can't we fend off those attacks somehow?
Oh, now it's introducing certain enemies are weak to certain affinities.
Looks like it mainly attacks with the head wings and blade feet. We can target those.
Wind!
That's it. Stay on
The
it.
freedom of a wanderer. Still up?
So if I hit the weak spot, I can delay its action. What if I what happens if I destroy the wing?
We've got to hit the other spots too.
Oh, you gotta destroy all the okay, I gotta hit the leg.
I won't hold back.
You hit their weakness.
So far this game to me seems like it's similar to Persona 5 in terms of how good it is.
It's eating its own fruit to heal? We can't kill it fast enough. It's just gonna fix itself up no matter
That's
what
hilarious.
we do.
That's like it grows its own sensu beans.
Body.
Or the tree of might.
Apples off?
It's like we're fighting the tree of might. Oh, we have to destroy the apple?
Wind! I won't hold back.
If we don't take out those apple things, I think we'll regret it. You know, maybe there's something I can do. Hey, can you let me handle this?
Knock down apples to keep the foe from healing? And what does this do? Like, yes?
Understood. Leave it to me.
What if I say no? It'll just keep healing itself?
Now it can't heal itself anymore. Don't waste your chance. Get in there.
Huh?
Come forth, royal soul. Scour!
I like this game more than... I can tell you're asking me to rate the game. I think it's too early to give it an actual rating. But I like this game more than Shin Megami Tensei 5. I don't know if I like it more than Persona 5, though. In terms of the story, I think the story of Persona 5, to me, at least to me, that one seemed better.
Wind!
But I haven't played this enough to know, like, how... Because the game hasn't opened up yet. It's just, like, so early. We're going through a tutorial boss fight.
Still here?
Is there, like, another skill that I can do besides that one?
Come forth, royal soul. Not bad. I feel stronger.
Oh, agility increased? Go with endurance.
True power is born of the heart. A wish from which thy strength is drawn. Yet fear and anxiety always trail in such a wish's wake. Since time immemorial, those we call heroes have earned the title through this order. They pursued their wishes and boldly walked a path of virtue. What thou hast awakened is the true spirit of a hero. The power that
You can't
lies
wait for
dormant
Star
in all of
Citizen
us.
4K.
The power.
Hey, is Star Citizen free to play? How does one go about playing Star Citizen like all the time? Because I think there was a time where they would do like free to play weekends or something.
Thy journey shalt reveal thy soul's mission.
What was that voice? And you! What was that power you used? You had a metal heart, and your whole body was... It was crazy! Look, that Stroll guy is still alive!
I'll be damned. Someone actually survived.
That voice... Grius! Oh, thank goodness you're alive!
Gallica, you made it.
I just know that's like the hardest game to
The one I'm
run.
delivering the message to.
That game is extremely hard to run. Well, I guess Black Myth Wukong is harder to
We'll
run.
need to carry him. The smell of blood will draw out the beast.
But Star Citizen
Let's
is
not hang about.
super hard to run. You basically need to have an
The lad's
X3D
out cold,
CPU.
But he'll live. We should be fine if we take a moment's rest.
That's the one game that proves why you need
Sight for sore eyes,
X3D.
Grius. Just wish it were under better circumstances.
We're both alive, and you can't ask for much better than these.
Although I think the
Sorry I
new
couldn't join
Zen
you in
5
the
should
fray.
probably be able to handle
So,
it fine.
This is our newcomer, eh? How'd this boy manage to command power like that?
It's like nothing I've ever seen. Do you know anything about it?
I might. For now, the mission comes first.
Ah, right. I'd better just get straight to the
You
message.
need to play Ghost of Yote.
Grius, you have a new mission. Avenge the king.
Get the Pro. Get the Pro, man. Yesterday was the pre-order day for all the retailers. It's sold out in a lot of places now.
Damn that Luis. Couldn't stop at one royal, could he?
Wait, there's more. The prince is getting worse. We're running out of time. Here, look.
You run 7900X and 7900 XTX. Oh, you're talking about
They called it a farsight mirror.
Star Citizen, right?
You need to see the prince's condition.
Wow. But the thing is, doesn't Star Citizen is always CPU bound in most, unless you're playing it at 4K. But even when you're playing it at 4K, it's still like super CPU bound in the cities.
Luis cast the curse, so killing him is the only way to lift it. If we
It's
wait
one of the
any
most
longer,
CPU bound games
just
I've
gonna
ever
crown a new
seen.
king.
Who's Lewis? Can someone catch me up?
Can someone catch me up here?
About 15 years ago, a child enlisted in the army. But it wasn't his age that had people talking. It was his ruthless military genius. Hero to some, monster to others. Luis Guillaburn, a prodigal tactician and a master of Magla arts. Some said it was only a matter of time before he made general. The youngest the nations had.
Until he attacked the prince.
That night, when the prince's quarters were breached, it was no ordinary mage who cast that fatal curse. It was Luis Guillaburn himself. But the son's death wasn't enough for him. Now he's got the father's blood on his hands. And if that king-slaying fiend ends up on the throne, we're all doomed.
But when we were exploring the royal capital, there were a lot more Luis supporters than I expected. How can they still trust him after all that?
Luis is cunning. He left no evidence. Accuse him as you will.
Well, I gotta check on that. Is that true?
All they could do was send him as far away as possible. A post in the middle of nowhere.
Hold up. Is that true, guys? That the 9800 X3D leaks out? Is this for real? Is this for real? Hold on. Let me move some of this stuff around. What is this? WCCF Tech has the leak. I'll move myself back over here. Look at this. The 90... Wait, 9000 X3D. 9800 X3D, 11% faster than 7800 X3D. 9950 X3D, 13% faster than 7950 X3D? MSI? Oh, hold on. MSI's not going to like that. MSI's not going to like that. MSI, it's like, hey, we didn't do nothing. We didn't do nothing. MSI's like, we didn't do it. It wasn't us. This is not us. We didn't do it. MSI leaks out Ryzen 7 and Ryzen 9 X3D or 3D V-Cache gaming performance. Ryzen this up 13. Oh my, what? It looks like MSI has provided the first performance benchmarks. Wait, what? Who found it? How are they doing this? Where were they presenting this? MSI? Is this for real? This does look legitimate, though. What are they comparing it to? Oh, last gen. Oh. So on the left, they have the... What is this? Game... What's the difference? It's the same slide on both charts? What is this? Shadow of the Tomb Raider... Black Myth Wukong, Far Cry 6. What's the difference exactly? This is either fake or why are there two of the same things? And someone literally made this in PowerPoint. Why is this like, what is this? Why is the left and the right the same thing? Oh, 16 cores on the left. Okay. But do you see why I'm confused? Look, read the top of the chart. They didn't rename the chart. The left one says 8-core Ryzen 9000 X3D versus Ryzen 7 7800 X3D. Then at the bottom, it shows Ryzen 9 16 cores. Yet the title of the top left says the same thing as the one on the right. That's why I was confused. I couldn't tell the difference until I looked down at the bottom to read what they actually have. But they didn't title the slide on the left correct. It's wrong. So that's somebody done gone messed up right there. Looking at the this. Okay. Black Myth Wukong is a joke because this game is always GPU bound. It doesn't even matter the CPU. Like, it's 2% in Black Myth Wukong. Okay, that's actually impressive. 2% uplift in Black Myth Wukong just from changing the CPU is very impressive. Because that game is 100% GPU bound. The 4090 can't even handle Black Myth Wukong at 4K native. It's not powerful enough. So that's why it's 100% GPU bound. The Ryzen 9 9950 X3D offers 13%. Man, yeah, this is the one that I'm interested in. There's an average gaming performance increase from this. Okay. "16 core is 9% single thread and 16% multi-thread." Whoa, that is a really good Cinebench score for both of them. Wait a minute. What? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. The Cinebench score on the 16 core is exactly the same as the score on the non-X3D. Is this for real? Or is this fake? I mean, it looks legit because you see these people's heads down here. Look at this. 42,377 versus 36,439. Single thread is also up 2,049 and 2,242. That is a 9% uplift. And then even on the 8 core, 23,000 multi-core, that's the same score as a 9700X. This makes me wonder what is the what is the the thing that I'm curious about on the 7800 X3D, what is the default power limit on that thing? Because the 9700X can do 23,000 something with I'm trying to remember like what was the power limit. Hold on. It can do like 22. Man, this is doing better than a 9700X in multi-core. How is it that good? They must be running it like at 105 watt TDP or something, because I don't know how it's scoring that high. This is beating a regular 9700X stock. But if you run the 9700X in the 105 watt mode instead of the 65 watt mode, then it scores like this. So it's like almost the same score. And then they've got the 16 core. The crazy thing about the 16 core though, that single thread performance, 2242, that's probably one CCD with Vcache and one CCD without Vcache. I would be amazed if this is the performance with dual 3D Vcache on both CCDs, because I don't know how they're getting 42,000 with Vcache CCDs, because I was under the impression that those things can't clock that high. But maybe it has more to do with the IPC improvement. Because see, what a lot of people don't realize, I feel like all the people who were speaking poorly of Zen 5, they're going to be eating their words, because Zen 5 is actually significantly better than Zen 4 in a lot of ways. Like, first of all, you can actually overclock Zen 5 for once, whereas with Zen 4, all you could do was you could undervolt it with curve optimizer and try to eke out, you know, like 2% improvement. Whereas with Zen 5, you can actually overclock it in the traditional sense and get like 9% improvement. You know, you can't really do that with Zen 4. So I don't know how the X3D... The X3Ds are going to be more limited in overclocking, but these are insanely good numbers. This is already beating Intel's... first of all, this beats 14th gen, like hands down. Like, this is way ahead of it. And then the upcoming Arrow Lake that we talked about yesterday on Tech Thursdays, this is beating that too. So it's like... and this is 3D Vcache. Like, I want to say this is fake, but it looks like it's real just because they got these people here in the picture. Performance is expected to be better on PR samples and retail chips. So these are engineering samples. These aren't even like final silicon. That's why they're not revealing the actual name. Yeah, that's interesting. Wow. Comparisons are also made to the non-X3D. Wait, okay, here we go. With CPU frequency fixed at 2.5 gigahertz, performance is the same between the 8 cores and the 16 cores, regardless of whether it's Vcache or not. So it looks like they're actually a little bit... Well, okay, this is so neck and neck. This one's margin of error. This one's... I guess you call that margin of error. They're just too close. This one's a slightly more different score, but this is almost the same. The reason why they would fix them to 5.2, this is telling us that the 9800X3D is going to clock higher than the 7800X3D. 7800X3D cannot go above 5 gigahertz. Here, they have clocked the 9800X3D to 5.2 gigahertz, which means it runs at a higher clock speed than the previous one. So yeah, the 9800X3D is looking like it's going to be quite a bit better than the 7800X3D. So all those people that were complaining about not being able to buy the 7800X3D, I think they need to calm down, because there's really nothing to worry about. You would just get this thing instead. In terms of specifications, this is going to feature... Okay. I really want to know more about the 9950X3D. This is a phenomenal multi-thread score. Like, this is an insane multi-thread score. 45,000? I have yet to see that on my own 9950X. Like, my 9950X isn't even doing 45,000. But I haven't maxed the power limit on it, though. Like, I'm keeping it pegged at the stock power limit, and I'm able to do like 44. It's 44,500, so I'm like 500 points short of 45,000. But yeah, that is these are some insane scores. Okay, this is more normal. This looks more normal. Yeah, 42,000. That looks stock. This is stock. Because I'm doing 44,500 with my overclock. Yeah, I mean, you can do the math. This is like over 200 points faster single thread. Single thread scores are very hard to improve, but they're over 200 points faster in single thread over the previous generation, and then it is significantly faster in multi-thread. So yeah, this is looking like this is going to be good. So we got Core Ultra 200 on the 24th of October. This... Okay, this is coming in... Wow. Wow. Oh, okay, you can't actually buy one on the 25th. It's supposed to be announced on the 25th. The retail launch is the first week of November. And then the 9950X3D is announced early January. Oh, this isn't coming until March. Oh, wow. It's going to be a long wait for the 9950X3D. That's not coming until March of next year. If this is true. Yeah, anyway, I got to take a quick break. But yeah, this is... I'm gonna leave this here on the screen while I go AFK for a couple minutes. But yeah, that is impressive. Okay. Yeah, very impressive though. Man, that is very impressive.
Plenty of soldiers never believed the charges in the first place. When they look at him, they see a capable veteran unjustly made into the noble scapegoat.
I mean, I think this is going to be yeah, this is not good for Intel, but I don't think that really matters because there's too many people out there. See, the reality is there's too many people who don't know about Ryzen CPUs, or they don't, I don't know, like they'll just buy a pre-built that has an Intel CPU in it. I mean, let's put it this way. There's more people this year that are going to buy Intel's 14th gen than any of the Ryzen CPUs or the new Intel CPUs. There will be people that will buy a 14900K in November instead of buying the new Arrow Lake and instead of buying the 9800 X3D. There's people that will do that, and they're doing it to build a high-end gaming PC. There are people that will do that because they don't know any better. I mean, that's just how it is. So I don't really think like this affects Intel, even though this is the smart person's choice, is what it is. It's the people who buy X3D are the people who are what I refer to as in the know. Like, they actually know what's going on. You know what I mean?
Most think the Royal Army was at its best when he was in charge.
They make the correct choices in life. Let's put it that way. Although that's probably a little bit over the top.
We'd never have crushed the rebel uprising so quickly. Damn the man. But he's earned his titles. He's mastered the blade, magic, and he's clearly intelligent. To the masses who want change, he seems the savior they need.
If even you're that worried about him, then this isn't going to be easy.
That's a hell of a mission. And I want in.
So one thing, the Aorus Extreme is not spelled extreme with an E, it's extreme with an X. So, but the Aorus Extreme AI Top should launch soon because they announced it like 2 days ago.
So
The MSI Godlike is supposed to come out. I don't know when.
Eavesdrop on the plan. You're a fool to give yourself away.
If you want my blood, then let your blade strike true. I'm not going to run. Not from you, and not from a chance to do what's right.
Look, Grius, he saved our lives back there. And it sounds like we could use the help. Seems like kind of a waste to kill him. Especially if he's volunteering.
Then answer me this. The boy's all but a stranger to you, yet you risk your life to save him. Why?
I would live, fight, and die a noble, sir. To have done otherwise would betray my title, to say nothing of my heart.
I'm losing my edge.
According to the table, will it be useful in games if I buy that or that? Both of them will be useful in games. You feel a gap in what way? I mean, how are you going to use the computer? For gaming, you won't really notice the difference.
Make me regret this, and I will slay you.
Between those two new Ryzen CPUs, you will not really notice the difference in gaming. Even though one of them might be a few percentage points faster than the other.
You'll let him help us?
Right then. My life and sword are yours.
As far as the rest of the world's concerned, you perished in that castle. You'll find the job ahead will be easier for a dead man. Your lives are kept only by the blades in your hands. And you'll raise them at my command.
We have to.
Luis will also be at the royal funeral. If we're not back to the capital by then, we lose our chance at his head. But no main roads. That'll mean checkpoints and questions. We're bound for a different route. We'll cut through the abandoned mine up ahead to save us going the long way round. For tonight, see to your wounds. We'll leave at first light. I'm counting on you.
Feels like the mission is finally starting. Let's set up our camp then.
Now, we should finally be able to get some rest. This your first deployment, boy? Thank your lucky stars you survived a brush with a human.
What the hell was that? It was like no beast I've ever seen.
I don't know of any Expo kits that are 6400 CL32. There will probably be new Expo kits, but I think a lot of the focus is going to be on 8000, like 48 gigabyte 8000 kits for our Expo. So I don't know if we're gonna see 6400 Expo, because see what AMD and the memory manufacturers or the memory brands like Kingston, G-Skill, etc. What they try to do is they try to target the best use case frequencies for the RAM. And in the case of AMD, the two magic numbers, and I have lots of videos on the channel about this topic, but the two magic numbers are 6000 and 8000. So you either want to choose between 6000 or 8000. Now you can do 6400. You could even do 6200. Now 6400 is not guaranteed 1-to-1. So most people are going to end up, especially if you want to run 96 gigabytes of RAM, most people that run 6400 are going to be running it in a 1-to-2 ratio. So that's why 64, I don't know if we're going to see Expo 6400, because it's, the thing is, a lot of the motherboard and the RAM manufacturers, they don't want to deal with people like buying, for example, if somebody buys, well, let's just use the 6400 kit, or this one right here. This is the 6400 kit. So this is the 96 gigabyte XMP kit that I always use. You know, 2x48, 96 gigabytes total. So imagine if this was Expo, and it had an Expo profile, same exact profile, just Expo. Someone goes and puts it in their computer. They listen to some random guy on Reddit tell them that they need to set the 6400 and they need to force a 1-to-1 ratio, but then they're unstable because they're running a lot of RAM, aka 96 gigs. Because here's the thing, what works for 32 gigabytes might not work for 96 gigabytes. So if a CPU can do 1-to-1 6400 with 2 times, you know, 16 gigabytes, so 32 gigabytes total, that doesn't mean that it's going to be able to handle 48 gigabyte DIMMs in a 1-to-1 ratio at that speed. So that's the reason why I don't, that's probably the reason why we don't see a lot of 6400 Expo kits, because they don't really want people running 6400, just because it's very hard to do in 1-to-1. You can do 1-to-2 and it works fine. I mean, that's really stable. But if you're gonna do that, why not just do 8000? You see what I'm saying? So they want 48, 4 times 4 and 8000. No, I don't think 48 8000 is doable times 4. So at least not yet. It may be possible to do 4 times, well, so let's back up a second. It may be possible in the future to do 2 sticks at 8000 with 48 gigabyte DIMMs, or maybe like a 64 gigabyte DIMM that is actually a single rank. That may be possible in the future at 8000, but currently, as far as I know, I don't know of any dual rank DIMM that is rated for 8000. So that's why I'm like, I don't know if that's actually a possibility, at least not today. So realistically, it's like you either aim for 96 gigabytes at 6000 with 2 sticks, or you could do 4 times 24 for a total of 96 across 4 sticks at 6000. That is what I'm personally running right now. Otherwise, I would recommend 2 times 24 for a total of 48 gigabytes at 8000. Okay, yeah, that's an Expo kit. That's Z5 Neo, right? The way you can tell if it's EXPO is if it says Trident Z5 Neos. Neos is the EXPO profile.
No one truly knows. They're protected by Magla, so even the sharpest steel does little good against them. They're no simple beast. All we do know is with every passing year, more of their kind tear travelers apart. That was why I was first sent undercover here, investigating.
And? Did you learn anything?
Simmer down, boy. There wasn't a damn thing to be found on those monsters.
Yeah, the XMP kits work fine. Pretty much all of my high-speed memory is XMP memory. And what I find fascinating is I get this question all the time on my videos. People leave comments. Is it okay to use XMP on AM5? And I always find that question really strange because it makes me think, like, is this person, is it the first time they're building a PC? Because everybody who ran AM4 system knows that XMP works on AMD. Like anyone who was running like a 5800X3D, I mean, I wonder what the memory profile that CPU is using. Could it be XMP? I wonder. You know, so it's been like that for like more than a decade. So I find that interesting when people leave comments like, hey, is it okay if I use XMP on my 7800X3D? It's like, the answer is yes, of course. It's like, why not? To make things even more transparent, you can actually run EXPO memory on an Intel platform. So you can mix and match them and they work fine. EXPO works on Intel, XMP works on AMD, I mean, and vice versa, obviously. So, yeah, I mean, all my XMP memory is running in my AMD systems. My EXPO memory is running in my Intel system. So I just do it that way. I mean, to prove that it can be done. I mean, there's nothing more simpler than that.
Well, the moon's still low. If you've any other questions, now's the time.
So yeah, when I see that question, I always think like either that individual has never used an AMD system before, or they're building a computer for their first time. Because like anyone that has used AMD over the years, from like the DDR4 era, the DDR3 era, you know, fun fact, did you guys know that AMD used to have their own memory profile system prior to EXPO? So back in the DDR3 days, AMD had something called AMP, which I actually like the name better than EXPO. I don't like the EXPO. EXPO sounds dumb. AMP sounded so much better. AMP was the way to go, man. Like, I don't know why they got rid of AMP. AMD memory profiles. DDR3. I even have some AMD memory with an AMD profile. AMP DDR3. Yeah, here it is. Well, this is RAM disk. Man, this is way back. This is not, I don't want to talk about that. Where's the Eurosoft? They have a thing on here. Where's the... Yeah. So here's an article from more than a decade ago from Tech Power Up. ECS first to add AMD memory profile support. The latest AMD memory profile, AMP. So back in the day of DDR3, there was XMP and there was AMP. XMP stood for Extreme Memory Profile. It was an Intel-based thing that Intel worked with the manufacturers of the RAM to put together. And then AMD had AMP, AMP, AMD Memory Profile. And I don't understand why they didn't just bring this name back, because this was so much easier to remember than having to learn a whole new acronym EXPO, you know, extended, I don't even know what it stands for. Extended profiles for overclocking memory or whatever. Like, EXPO is so much harder to remember what it stands for. AMP was so much cooler. AMP, AMP your memory. Like, it was so much better, man. That was a DDR3 era. Because we all know what happens. They had Bulldozer, they had Phenom, Athlon, all that stuff. So they had AMP, which was the opposite of the XMP on Intel. So you had XMP and you had AMP. But then after the 8350, they didn't have any CPUs for a long time. Like, they had their APUs, and they were just not really competitive. So while they were building Zen, they kind of just fell off into obscurity in the PC desktop space, and that's why AMP just kind of went away. Then Intel went to DDR4 with the HEDT platform, which was Haswell E. Was it Haswell E or was it Broadwell E? No, actually, it was... No, yeah, it was X99. Yeah, Haswell E was DDR4, and that was like 2014, I believe. And then, yeah, then Ryzen came out, it was DDR4, but for whatever reason, they did not bring AMP to DDR4. So the whole time anyone built a Ryzen AM4 desktop, they were using XMP memory because there was no AMP. There was no AMD memory profile. Not until EXPO on DDR5. So DDR4 was like that lost era of, like, there was no AMD official created or sponsored kind of like memory SPD profile. So yeah, that's a little bit of history on that. So yeah, of course you can run an XMP on AMD and it works fine. I've been doing that for more than 10 years. I still have my DDR3 AMP memory, though. It's rated for 1866 CL9.
I want to hear about the mission.
With numbers like this, a head-on assault would be suicide. Quick, covert assassinations are best bet. Kingslayer or no, Luis has a lot of public
Yeah,
favor.
if EXPO is specified,
people,
then just get an EXPO 6000 kit.
War power to bring down humans. The military seems powerless to stop them, so he plays.
But we are going to start seeing some 8000 EXPO kits soon, if not already.
He was not only a master tactician, but damn near an archmage besides.
And the three of us alone are supposed to stop him.
We'll just have to blend in with the crowd at the funeral. I won't abide him surviving the ceremony. He will die by my hand.
Huh?
Indeed.
I see.
It looks like we can explore a bit around here. Just that golden beetle was the only item.
Well... Can't sleep? Guess I'm not surprised after what we just went through. Still, you've got to keep yourself rested to be at your best.
The ground makes a poor bed.
Well, you're just gonna have to rough it until we're back to the capital.
You're still waiting for the Nova to be available
I wanted
again?
to tell you, though. When the human attacked, I heard a strange voice. It told me my duty would be to guide you. What do you think it meant? I mean, I haven't exactly been much of a guide so far. All I told you was that we had to deliver our message, and that almost got you killed. I never expected it would be this dangerous, and it feels kind of like it's my fault.
It's not your fault.
You say that, but look, I can't fight with you. But as long as you're up against all this scary stuff, I'll try to help however I can.
You're still waiting for it?
You've got something special, you know. I don't know what it is just yet, but I believe in you.
I mean, there's still
you
good
know
boards that are
Insomnia's
in
good
that
for?
price range.
Catching up on reading.
You can like the Tai Chi Light is really good.
If only our lives were
The
anything
Tomahawk
like the
is
world
really
in
good,
the novel.
although that is not an X870E
It's just
motherboard.
war after war here, with Magla arts fueling the flames. But it's a nice fantasy. Enjoy it while you can.
The Gigabyte boards are fine, unless you need to run all the M.2 slots and you're okay with the GPU running at half lanes.
Well, hello. Nice to meet you. I've been waiting. And now you've acquired a most interesting power. You truly
You
are
snagged a
intriguing
Tai
one.
Chi.
Fascinating. In the moments where your heart is most gripped by the book, I can reach out to you. My name is Moore, and I am the humble author of the novel you've been reading. You stand now in my study. Quite something, isn't it? A hall of wisdom, purpose-built for the research of certain powers. I call it academia. Alas, it's as much a prison as it is a library. His most merciful majesty saw fit to lock me in this place. It has me a bit addled, honestly. I no longer remember where in the kingdom my study actually lies. I never imagined my voice would reach beyond these walls. Until you appeared. And now, by whatever strange forces are afoot, I can speak directly to your mind. So, what would you say to an alliance?
What kind of alliance?
What kind of alliance?
There must be more you wish to know. For instance, the nature of this fascinating power you've awakened to. I believe you have found a way to wield true magic. You need no petty conduit of mortal make. You can even change your appearance using the raw magma within. It is above all a mystic, long-hidden art, now the stuff of legend. What I have come to call archetypes.
Archetypes?
A spirit of heroic virtue. A transformative power that manifests only in those who embody the heroes and kings of old in some core aspect. Heroes of antiquity are often depicted as near mythic figures, with forms transcending the mortal. These accounts are no mere allegory, but truth. However, none of my records describe anyone wielding such power as freely as you. Perhaps you are meant for not just proficiency, but mastery.
So, guys, they did not change the price. What happened was it sold out on Newegg, and third-party sellers are trying to sell it at a marked up price. The people that you see selling it on Newegg or Amazon are not Newegg and Amazon. They are third-party marketplace sellers who are reselling the motherboard at a marked up price to basically scalp. They're basically doing scalping. So what you're seeing is scalping. That's not Newegg and that's not Amazon.
In their truest form.
So they didn't raise the price. It's the third-party seller that is selling it at that higher price.
Calamity and evil in this world, no matter its form.
you want to make sure, if you want to check if it's sold by Newegg, you have to click on the left, somewhere on the left side, you'll see a shipped or sold by Newegg. You do that and you'll see that it's sold out.
Indulge me this request, and I believe my dream may yet be possible. Together, we can restore the kingdom's ideals.
I mean, we knew that it was going to sell out. When I was talking about it last week, I knew in my mind that it was going to sell out because it was way too good of a deal. $350, it gives you 5 M.2 slots, and it gives you a backplate, and it has the postcode, and it has 5 gig LAN, and a quick disconnect for the GPU. Like, I knew in the back of my mind, man, this thing is going to sell out really fast because this is way too much value at this low price. And sure enough, like, I think the next day or like 2 days after I said that, lo and behold, completely sold out.
I shall gladly provide you knowledge and assistance to master your newfound power. So what say you?
And no GPU lane sharing. No GPU lane sharing, plus all that other stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
That means enough people watched that stream and they were like, oh, okay, let's get this.
The bargain is struck then.
The scholar in search of utopia. More. Within him dwells the virtue of the seeker. Nurture thy bond with him, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
Wait, what?
Now let's see what manner of story.
New ability, Seeker archetype. The party can now study the Seeker once unlocked in Academia. More is the first of your followers. People that support your quest as steadfast allies that you can grow closer to. Oh, you can find more than one? Wow, okay.
We'll meet again, I'm sure. Here's to our joined path, and the thrills that yet lie ahead. The royal funeral draws ever closer. 5 days remain.
All ready then? From here on, we travel in secret. If we're to get back into the capital, we'll have to do it undetected. So we'll cut through the forest, find the abandoned mine shaft in the mountain, and take the tunnel to the other side.
That way they'll never see us coming, huh?
Lad, you'll be our vanguard. It'll be a trial by fire, but the sooner you get used to that power, the better.
Speaking of, you were talking like you know something about it.
Not much. Just what I've picked up from missions in the early days. I've only heard it's a power found.
You're waiting on the godlike or the extreme?
Just path. Sounded like superstition to me.
Yeah, there's probably a few people waiting
everything's
for
always
the
clearer on the battlefield.
godlike.
Once I saw it in action.
The weird thing about the extreme, the extreme has dual 10 gig LAN, which I kind of think is a bit too much. That's a bit too much on the networking. I think what they should have done was either do one 10 gig LAN, and if they wanted to do dual LAN, they should have been it should have been one 10 gig plus one 5 gig, just like the godlike. That way they would have had that extra lane available for some other thing.
Never thought it'd come back to haunt me. Despite all my training and research, I never managed to master it myself.
Huh. It really is something special, then.
Don't forget, one wrong move and I'll cut you down.
I'm aware.
I'm watching you.
Yes, I get it. Just trust me, all right?
Right. Let's check the map. This'll all be for nothing if we get lost.
this place?
The Nord Mines.
That being the case.
All right.
Oh, we gotta go through the cave to get here.
This place here.
We're trying to go back.
Hold on. This place here.
Here's where we are now. Let's see.
Don't let your guard down. Good.
The Nord Mines.
Yeah, that's the
Located
Gigabyte
northwest
Oris
of Grand
Extreme
Trap,
AI
it is
Top.
resource-rich with
It
magic
has dual 10
crystals.
gig.
Its proximity to the capital simplified crystal excavation, but the Sanctus Church's sudden proclamation of closure stopped work in its tracks. Exiting the forest, the party continues along the wooded road leading to the derelict mine.
Huh?
What happened?
No.
Don't let your guard down.
Look at that!
No. Let's go.
Pushing forward.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I don't know why it needs 210 gig. It's because it's supposed to be for an AI build. But I don't understand those... I don't understand the marketing behind that. Because if they're going to be training AI models, they're not going to be doing that on a consumer motherboard. Because they're not going to have enough GPUs connected to it.
Got it? Luke. All right.
Give it a shot. We got this. I don't see anything we can't handle easily.
Come on! Push through! Come on! All right, how's that? Come on!
Oh, yeah, you did it!
NAS connection? Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, yeah, but wouldn't that be on a Switch though? I guess, like, the thing about the dual LAN, like normally you would do what? You would connect, you would run the port to another machine. I guess you could run it to a NAS directly, but normally you would connect your PC to a Switch, and the Switch, like if you have a 10 gig port, for example, you connect the PC to a 10 gig Switch, and then the Switch will then have a port connected to the NAS or whatever. So that's why I don't understand, like, why the second 10 gig? Because if you want to connect it to the internet, you would connect 5 gig or 2.5 gig to the internet, because typically, like, no one's really going to have 10 gig internet.
Got it?
Wait, what does it say? Evaluate the enemies in your vicinity, then decide whether you'll dispatch them quickly with X attacks to stun them first, or jump directly to a strategic battle using that. Phase sight will help you determine your battle approach.
I'm counting on you.
That being the case.
Alright, how's that? We have the edge. I'll give it my all.
In one fell swoop.
Oh, I'm already powered up.
Scour! It's still up?
Even easier than expected. I think we're in the clear.
Enemies up ahead.
Let's push through! We can't get
I
sloppy.
fight for my own justice.
Take this! I'll be getting a head start, thanks.
Well, that guy's got good moves.
We did it.
Don't let your guard down yet.
Enemies up ahead.
That's brilliant. Push through!
All right, we did it!
A fine job.
We're not alone. Keep an eye out. No choice but to cut through them.
Come on! This is our chance.
Down in one fell swoop.
These are unknown enemies.
Stay focused.
Tougher than I thought.
There's no way I'm stopping here. Okay, I'll strive for greater heights.
Can I make this one go up again? Oh, I can actually make endurance go up even more.
Looks like we're safe for now.
I hope there's a way to respec. Since you're choosing your stats as you level up, there should be a way to respec.
I'd say we're evenly matched.
Let's push through!
You've got it.
We have the edge.
Stay calm, everyone.
Come forth, royal soul. 2 remaining.
They're dead.
Take this.
You can have this.
Let's wrap this up.
The nice thing about the godlike and the Aorus Extreme, those don't have lane sharing for M.2. Now, the Extreme has an X8, so it... Wait, does it have an X8? I can't remember if it has an X8. It either has an X8 or it has an X4 that's shared with one of the M.2s. But I don't think it has lane sharing for M.2 from the GPU.
That'll do it.
So that's like the 1 GB board that does things differently, which is interesting. I'm pretty sure the AI top has an X8.
But
Pardon?
This is the only thing I would actually need. But it's gonna use up all the money that they have, so it's like a collector's item with no monetary value, consider selling it. For lesser quality, consider selling it. So I can just sell all this stuff.
Now then.
But is there crafting in this game?
Now then. Now then.
But now we can buy one of these.
Thank you.
Actually, I could sell more of that stuff.
Welcome.
Would you all do the carbon at 300 or so? Oh, X670E carbon at 300 or so? Or the Nova at 350? It really just depends, like, do you need that X4 slot? The really nice thing about the carbon is the X4 slot at the bottom. That's the one thing that it has that the Nova doesn't have. The Nova's main advantage is it has... I don't think the X670E has the quick disconnect for the GPU. The Nova does have that. The Nova also has a backplate. The old Carbon does not have a backplate. In fact, I don't even know if the new Carbon has a backplate.
Now then. Now then. Now then.
Dropped to buy a Ewan because there's something. Maybe I should keep that one.
Thank you.
It shouldn't be anything we can't handle. We'll be okay.
All right. How's that? This is our chance. Forward!
Get in there! Finish him off!
Seeker! Scour! Let's finish this!
Stay focused!
It's okay. We can do this.
A tough one.
It's like this game has opera music playing the whole time in the background. It's got opera music.
Let's keep this up.
Eyes forward. Enemies are still present.
I don't see anything we can't handle easily.
Push through!
Right, we did it!
Vigilance now. They've noticed us.
Hey,
Yeah, all right. How's that? Let's push through.
Let's do this.
Let the battle begin.
how do you want to handle them?
How many? 4 lanes of Gen. Well, it depends on the capture card, but for the live gamer, it's 4 lanes of Gen 2. But it has to be a 4-lane slot.
Let's go. Wind.
Still standing.
The backplate helps cool the motherboard
The next one will fall
components.
just as easy.
It also helps. It helps it retain its shape, especially if you have like a really heavy air cooler mounted on the CPU.
Strong ones.
Our usual tactics should work.
Stay
Let's
sharp.
do this. Come forth, Royal Soul. Stay sharp.
They're dead.
Take this.
I knew you had this.
Not done
The
yet.
freedom of a wanderer. I think I'm getting used to it.
Careful. We've got company.
All right. How's that?
You can't get sloppy.
Let's clear them out.
Seeker.
Take this. Still standing. Some battles are hardly afoot.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while. It's all clear.
Hold on.
Got a moment?
Yeah. But man, now that if that's true, what was in that article about the 9800 X3D coming out in like a few weeks, that is insane. That is, I can't help but think that AMD's doing that preemptively, or not preemptively, like they're doing that to curve like any sort of inroads that Intel would get early on. I still think Intel's gonna sell a ton of the Arrow Lake CPUs over the course of next year.
Wind.
What is that?
Never seen anything like it.
That's not an igniter.
But X3 is basically like the gamer's choice now. Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier. There's like a whole article on the internet circulating around right now about this that shows the performance numbers too, which is ridiculous.
What's that?
Guard up!
I think something's
Take
coming!
this!
Watch out!
Tougher than I thought. No mercy for you. Here they come!
Oh, now so it's teaching you how to do tanking. During squad battles, your formation will affect the damage party members deliver and receive depending on their position. Those in the front row deal more damage with melee attacks. Those in the back row deal less melee damage but take less damage from enemies. You can change the formation by pressing the keys assigned up, down, move.
I'll get some distance.
Oh, okay.
It's our turn now. Hold still. Sight. I won't hold back. Scour.
Take this!
Get ready. Here they come.
What's that? I think something's coming! Watch out!
Still standing.
It's our turn now. Blast. Charging in.
No.
Yeah, if that's true, man, X3D is basically going to cannibalize the sale of AMD's like non-X3D parts. If the multi-thread performance and the single-thread performance is basically the same as the non-X3D, I can't help but wonder, like, what's the point of the non-X3D? Unless you're into overclocking, because I don't... The main thing is you can overclock the non-X3D a lot better than the actual X3D parts.
Hey.
They did not confirm that.
Indeed.
I would be very surprised if that was the case. I don't think it's both CCD. I don't know. They didn't confirm that. I think we're about to go into a boss fight.
What is it? These come highly recommended.
Or are we gonna go in the mines, actually? I guess buy, like, another one of these. And then buy, like, 5 more of these. Like 2 of these, I guess. There. And then sell this old coin.
Now then.
Sell this fur. Sell this blue moss. I think we're good. I kind of want one more of these, though. There.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
You see Ultra Core is already on website ready to order at launch. Yeah. Yeah, there'll be a lot of stock at launch. I don't know what the supply of that will be like for the first quarter though, because they're using TSMC to manufacture. So that means Intel's not going to make as much money. Intel's profit margins on their new Intel desktop CPUs are not going to be anywhere close to what they were making on them previously. They're going to be making profit margins more like AMD, which is going to hinder them because they're a much larger company.
Wait a second. Then
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go inside this mine. This is giving me some Final Fantasy VII Rebirth vibes. Going into the mines of Moria. The Nord mines. Nord mines? This sounds like something's taken out of Trails in the Sky. It's dead quiet here. Man, there's so much opera music going on in the background, though.
Don't you dare move.
All you see for Intel is power efficiency, not faster or cheaper. Well, no, it's going to be... So, it's actually going to be the same price as last gen. The motherboards are going to be expensive, especially if you're in the European Union. The EU is basically getting screwed over on the Z890 pricing. Like, I was... what's her name? Somebody from... Man, what's the YouTube channel name? I can't think of it. She's based out of, like, one of the Scandinavian countries. But I watched her video on X870, or not X870, Z890, and she gave the pricing for the Asus motherboards, and oh man, those are expensive. Those are, so, like, we're talking, like, the US dollar for the top-end Asus board for the Z890 is like $1,400 or something, like $1,500 or whatever. Like the euro value was like the equivalent of over 1,500 US dollars, or it's like it's almost the price of a 4090. And I was like, wait a minute, that Asus motherboard is almost as expensive as a 4090 GPU, and that's just a motherboard. That doesn't even have the CPU. So when I saw that, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be expensive. So, but the thing is, they can scale it down. But like the starting price point for Z890 is gonna be like $400 US. For the low end, like not low end, but like the mid tier, it starts like $100 up from where like the AMD boards are. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. The prices on those Intel boards are expensive.
We won't lose this
Enemy
fight.
attack!
This one was attacked. Okay. This one.
Let's end this.
New Ultra Core are useless for speed at the launch price compared to current 14 gen. Yeah, Tech Testers. That was the channel. Yeah. Well, that's what I said earlier. I said this, and I'm gonna say it again. The 14th gen will be the best seller globally this year. More people will buy 14th gen CPUs than they will buy any of the Ryzen CPUs and any of the new Intel CPUs. Mainly because they're going to be able to get better deals on them. The new Intel stuff is going to be expensive. The new AMD stuff, when it first came out, was expensive for like the first 3 weeks, first like month actually. Then it went down a little bit in price, but now the new motherboards are out, so it's back up in price. So it's like, yeah, if you're looking for a good deal, the best deal is actually X670 with either the Zen 5 CPU or X3D. And that's what most people did, and that's why you can't buy a 7800 X3D, because everybody bought it out. It's all gone. So now everyone's just going to sit around and wait for the 9800X. Or X3D. That's what everyone's gonna do.
Take this. I can't believe this.
So there's gonna be... What's gonna happen is there's gonna be all these new motherboards that are meant for Intel's new CPU that are gonna be sitting in the warehouses in Newegg, in Amazon, in like Micro Center, in Mine Factory, Overclockers UK, all that stuff. They're just gonna be sitting around, and everyone's just going to be waiting around for the 9800 X3. It's going to be ridiculous. You have all these AMD motherboards sitting over here. No one's buying them. You have all these Intel boards and Intel CPUs, and no one's buying any of them. And then it's like the random guy who doesn't know what's going on is going to walk in, and he's going to buy a i5 14600K, and he's thinking he's getting a steal of a deal, and he's gonna walk out of there, and then he's gonna like show all his friends, and the few people that actually know about technology were like, why did you buy that? That's like, you made the biggest mistake.
I think we're in the clear.
Vigilance now.
Here we go.
You're mine.
A tough one.
Man, I wish the other guy, I wish this guy attacked second, because this guy is weaker than the
Shields up. Don't be careless.
this guy is really strong, so I wish he would attack last, because he can finish them off.
Take this. I can't believe this.
Yeah, see what I mean? I don't even know how he got that double turn.
Well, that about does it.
You can't find any new 9950X for sale. Yeah, they went back up in price because the new motherboards are out now. See, there was a window of opportunity to get them when they were on sale, because after the first month, they went on sale. But then now the new motherboards came out, and now they went back up to the original price.
Stop right there.
Watch out. We've been spotted. Amazing. Great moves back there. Look.
Hey, are you all right?
I told you. I didn't see no deserters. Please. Don't kill me.
Oh, Ant Online? Yeah, but technically Ant Online is still a third-party seller. The best way to buy from Ant Online is to actually go to Ant Online's
Either we
website.
give ourselves up, or these innocents pay the price.
But the only one who could know we survived, and the only one who could send.
They might still be one of the few that still offers the PS5 Pro for pre-order.
Let's move.
Assuming they still have it in stock.
We've been spotted. On your guard. Very impressive. Stop right there. I can't believe this. That'll do it.
This game is so good. Man, they weren't kidding when they said it has like a really good soundtrack. Although I feel like the soundtrack is I wish there was like a second track that would play while exploring during this, because it's playing that opera music the whole time. It's making me think of like Soken's music. Sounds like something out of Final Fantasy 16 or 14.
I knew I'd find you here. You were the only one who never went up to the fort itself, after all. It couldn't have been anyone else.
Who would have thought 3 sorry stragglers would make it past a whole unit of assassins?
Bastard. You never intended for anyone to survive. You knew the human would be there.
Naturally. You heard the reports. I only put more bait on the hook. I wasn't expecting that damn thing to be rampaging already.
You sent those soldiers to their deaths. Why?
Because the Kingdom's Guard is powerless before the humans, and only a pile of bodies will prove that to the public.
So someone wants the King's Guard disgraced. And when the people need him most, a savior rises as their shield. Is that your game?
Savior? Speak plain, boy. You think he's one of Luis's men?
A pitiful flock needs its shepherd. If a little blood is what it takes to show them who their real savior is, then that's a price easily paid.
That's why those sons and daughters died. For your savior.
They aren't the first. The soldiers cry for reinforcements, the villagers plead to be spared. But I know better than to confront
Yeah, the website's the way to go if you're ordering from Ant Online.
A A village? You refused. Wait, then you were the one who... 7 years ago, the first Flames Day of June, a village in the northern hills was razed to the ground. A village called Harlia.
Hmm? Oh, yes, that might have been a name.
Then you made a fatal mistake, Klinger. You left one survivor!
Stay back! Help me!
Ugh. You played right into our hands, you know. This was the only road without checkpoints. A simple deduction.
You're a disgrace to your title. I may not make it out alive, but as for you, you're hopeless!
O thou who art seared with bitterness, O thou anguished traveler, it is time for thou to choose thy path.
Oh, now he's getting the blessing too?
Whose light reveals the king's own
He's getting the
path.
blessing of the CPU gods?
What?
He's getting, he's overclocking. He's overclocking.
I can't fail, Lord Luis.
6
Now
gigahertz.
I've got nothing left. You struggle in vain. I won't let you rob me of my glory.
It's like one of those Nick Tech videos. You know what I'm
This is the way
saying?
of the real world, little lordling.
You call this real? Leaders abandon their people and the innocent die.
That is definitely the voice actor of Dion from Final Fantasy 16.
Then it can die alongside you! My name is Leon Stroll de Haliatus. My home and my family were taken from me. I am the last of my house. I am the last of my noble bloodline. And in the name of my people, I will strike you down where you stand!
What? He pulled out his heart, it was mechanical, and he used it as a microphone.
Come! I will show you a world with honor!
What is this?
Wait, he's got power like yours now?
Man, he looks like, this looks like a design from another, like from some animated movie that I remember seeing a long time ago. What was the name of that movie? I can't remember, but the design of that armor looks like,
To protect himself,
I've seen it
and his
before.
subordinates get to be his living shields. The man's showing his true colors. I'll fix the filthy coward with the end he deserves.
The igniter's powerful, but it takes care and calculation to wield. If you sense danger, steel your defenses and endure it.
No, the design of this character, Dunin. The name of one of the characters in the movie was Dunin. Man, I can't remember the name of that movie. It was a long time ago, though. It was a long time ago. It was like a 3D animated anime-style cel-shaded movie. Diagonal slash.
Hack and slash.
It's okay. Vitus power. Wind.
Take this.
You don't like these type of games? Oh wait, they're buffing him. We gotta get rid of these guys. They're gonna keep on buffing him.
Warrior.
How much damage does this do to that one?
The freedom of a wanderer. Seeker. Scour.
I mean, the other turn-based game that I played this year was the Yakuza. Well, not Yakuza. It's Like a Dragon game. Infinite Wealth.
Die already.
Seeker. Wind.
Take this.
Die.
I shall vanquish evil. I will fight with Seeker.
Still standing, eh?
Do you have a scoop on when Extreme Gala? I have no idea. I have no idea.
You! Die!
I call upon royal power within.
Whoa, he crit him. It was a critical. Captain's uniform.
Not bad.
Well, he leveled up twice. He was level 3?
Not bad at all.
Nice. I feel stronger already.
I see. Fine work indeed.
New skill. Increases one ally's attack for 3 turns. Tarukaja.
Impossible!
I'm not streaming on Twitch. I mean, I could, but like no one really watches me on there, so.
And without an igniter.
Just like him.
I don't know. Maybe, you know, that's an interesting proposition. Maybe I should stream. Maybe I should stream these streams to both.
From the countryside.
Or do you think I should stream Tech Thursdays to Twitch also? I feel like Twitch is not the place for like Tech Thursdays though.
He abandoned them. Halia was its name.
Yeah, Full Metal it does look like Full Metal Alchemist, but there was another one that I'm thinking of.
We sent our fastest riders, but we were doomed from the start. If Luis was behind it, then that's all I need to know. He's the one who'll answer for it. I have my own reason to fight now. I don't want to be an ally of convenience alone, so once more, please, let me join your cause.
I don't know, I feel like most of the people that would watch the type of content that I make are not really the sort of people that are on Twitch or Kick, if that makes sense. I think more of the people that are into technology are not really going to be on, like, they're not going to be on Twitch or Kick, unless I'm completely mistaken.
You're already one of us.
Thank you. I'll remember this. Now, onward.
The proud noble, strong. Within him dwells the virtue of the warrior. Nurture thy bond with him, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
Together we stand.
Warrior archetype. The party can now study the warrior. Oh.
Did you feel that just now? What's going on? Does it have something to do with that odd magic? Now that I think about it, once you awakened, isn't it weird that Stroll followed not long after? What does this mean? Huh? Wait, what?
Wow, super bright OLED right there. Blinding me.
Hey, where are we? What just happened?
Surprising indeed. Somehow you find yourself here once more. And a fairy. I thought their kind long extinct. Do they yet take refuge in the Elden Sanctum?
Hey! You gonna talk to me or just at me?
We meet again, my friend. Though admittedly sooner than I'd expected. Remarkably, another has awakened. What miracle is this? Yes, that same power now stirs in your companion. Another of the mighty archetypes. Do you recall our discussion earlier about how archetypes are an original form of magic?
It didn't really sink in, no.
Consider this. As an elder, you are an outcast of society, yes? Your very identity is a kind of destiny you may defy, but not
Tech
escape.
Thursdays would just be you guys again. Yeah, that's why I don't really see the point in trying to build an audience on Twitch. It's much, first of all, it's much harder to build an audience on Twitch than on YouTube.
You find freedom.
It's hard to get discovered on that platform. That's the biggest problem with Twitch.
The virtues within are passed down as heroic tales. Your companion too had his eyes open to his true path and claimed its virtue. That awakening is your doing now. He awakened.
There's someone in Turkey that, like, similar to me, but doesn't go
Hey, hold on
into
a
the
second.
issues as
Who
much.
even are you?
Yeah, I tend. My main thing is I go in depth. Like, I like to go in depth on a topic.
Ah, you two share quite a deep connection, don't you?
Well, we didn't always, but now we're partners to the end. We're linked down to the depths of our hearts. Right?
I guess so.
I mean, I guess.
Oh, come on. I thought we were a team. We have each other's backs, don't we?
The mystical fairy, Gallica. Within her dwells the virtue of the mage. Nurture thy bond with her, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
Yeah,
I won't lead you astray. That's the whole reason I'm here.
Oh. Oh, now I got 3. I went from having, what was the main one that I had? Whatever the knight one was, and then warrior, and now mage.
Hey, wasn't that...
Fascinating. Do you understand what just happened? By connecting with others who have found their resolve, you awaken to new strength. And further, you and all your allies may fight with the strength of any archetype in your circle. As an example, your other companion, the fellow with the eye patch, he seems to have some training and knowledge regarding the wielding of an archetype. By his own account, nothing came of it. Yet if you so desire it, you can awaken the true power within him.
What? You mean Rias could use this power too?
The nature of the Seeker. No. Perhaps it is simply your own nature. You truly are remarkable. If you seek answers, then go and claim them. This right here.
Wow, there's a lot of these to collect. Consider the one-eyed warrior who yet bears no archetype. Seeker. Warrior. Oh, this guy doesn't have one.
This here.
Oh, wow. You'll need to gather with his magic from your battles and other sources.
That means... Now then.
Oh, they say that's mastering the skills, so you can equip different ones after that. You can keep those. So if I master Seeker, then I don't need to equip it anymore? Study oh, I see. Okay, I can learn 2 of them. Skilled in physical slash attacks with a sword, it cuts down foes with strong single target damage. Using fire, ice, and electric magic, it excels at hitting enemies' weak points. Seeker learns versatile skills including wind magic, single target healing, and attack buffs.
This power.
Did I unlock a new one? Well, I guess we'll just learn this one because it has the healing abilities.
I see. This right here. All right.
Sure.
Of course.
What did you say?
Oh, I see. So I'm giving him this power.
I see. This could be useful.
Okay.
Fascinating.
So can I unlock this other one? Unknown.
That is...
Oh, I need 8,000 and a rank 20? Okay. Can I equip... Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So if I unlock... Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have made him the mage then. So I'll make the main character the mage. Yeah.
Fascinating. This right here. All right.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
What monitor and size are you gaming on right now? Oh, is it not in the description of the video? It was in the description for some of my other streams, but I guess now because we're covering the motherboards, all the motherboards are in there. This is the LG Ultra Gear 32-inch 4K OLED 240 Hz. It's a dual mode. It has 480 Hz 1080p mode with a button press, or normally it's 4K 240 Hz.
Good. I'm still getting stronger.
Oh, there's another one over here. Oh, I can switch between them. I see. So I can learn this one if I max out the rank on this guy. Oh. Okay, we'll just go with this for now.
Ah, right. Ah, how good of you to come. What would you care to know? It appears that...
Yeah, those are the ones I'm trying to
What would
get
you care
to.
to know?
Those are the more advanced ones.
Does this worry you? That's a good boy.
Oh, okay. So this is where you go to do that stuff. The Royal Magic.
That is... But...
What's this?
Take a look.
Seeker archetype.
Hmm.
It says game tech.
Hang on a second.
It literally said game tech. Wow. Okay, so that's where that shows up. I was wondering because it was like name. Put in the name of something. It was like not the character's name, and I was like, okay, game tech. So that's where it shows up. Like, what's the significance of that? Loot. Samurai garb. Okay.
That's a good kitty.
Hmm?
This cat, you see.
Cat's name is Plateau. It's a weird name for a cat.
That's a good boy.
Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh, I keep on clicking the wrong thing. Oh. These are just tactics books. Oh, the adept form is the wizard, and the elite is the elemental master. Okay, so if you start out as mage, you could eventually become an elemental master.
Oh, yeah?
Warrior turns into sword master, and the elite is the samurai.
Got a sec?
They need to attack from the front row.
Hold on.
The Seeker becomes Magic Seeker, and then Soul Hacker is the elite form?
Whoa.
Wow. Does not excel at any one skill, but it bears the specialties of many other heroes and can perform any task. A jack of all trades, a master of none.
I see.
Is there like a hidden thing behind this? No? This is kind of like the Velvet Room in the Persona games, except it's more like a little home base or something. How do I leave?
Oh, yeah?
This right here.
Yeah, how do I get out of here? We need to talk to him.
I've been waiting.
That's a good kitty.
Wait, how do I get back?
This place.
Oh, the door?
Hi, young friend. You are truly as remarkable as I first believed. Others fated to awaken to their own power will be naturally drawn to you. To reach the lineage of power's greatest potential, you must acquire more archetypes and bring them together. After all, a hero without allies is nothing more than a lone dissenter. To save the many, you must learn to fight with the power of many. Only a champion of the people may awaken the power of heroes, and with it, seize a future of their own making. When next you come to see me, I hope it shall be of your own volition. Open my book, then let your imagination conjure this place anew, as vividly as you can make it.
This is like 100 Acre Woods?
Us. As long as you walk your path, I shall faithfully...
So you open the book and you end up here.
What? Where are we?
You two all right there? Looked as if you were in some kind of trance.
Trance? Wait. Have we been here this whole time?
It was strange. As if I felt something in the air. My senses sharpened near tenfold. It reminded me of my old days studying magic.
What? So that wasn't a dream. Grius, that's probably his power. You studied back at the Sanctum, right? I know you couldn't get the hang of it then, but I think we might have just awakened it.
I think I was supposed to make him a mage.
Awakened it. But that... Who are you people? The truth, if you would.
Look, in all honesty, we barely know any more than you do. But the short version is, well, I think you can use that power now.
I think you might be right. The way it feels is... Well, this is magic, eh? I'd all but given up on it, but... Fate had other plans, it seems. Enough. We must move on. There is far to go still. And lad, I follow your lead now, at least when it comes to how we use these skills in battle. We haven't the luxury of time to train with magic.
Same here. You've clearly got a sense for this, and I'd rather make myself useful than muddle your strategies.
Okay, what was it saying? You can now give instructions to your allies during battle. During battle, you can also use R to engage in auto battle, causing your party to fight according to your tactics settings. To change auto battle tactics during battle, press LB to access the order view outside of battle. Find under time. Okay.
We've 5 days until the funeral. That's precious little time, and we'd best not waste it.
Look!
What's up?
This guy again.
Is that true?
Huh?
Damn it.
No.
Do you have the y'all fit? What is that?
Sure.
Oh, you can see what other people were thinking. Oh. Seeker, warrior, mage. Oh, see, I kind of messed it up. I did it backwards. I put him as the mage. Although here, this guy, they did warrior, seeker. They swapped them. Can I swap them?
Now, where was I?
Do make yourself at home.
Hold on, how do I change? Like, if I want him to be... If I want him to be seeker, I can just go here, right? Channel seeker. And then on this guy, can I make him be the mage? Oh, I don't have enough magic to unlock it. Oh, I messed up. I should have chose this for him. Oh well. So he's gonna be secret. In that case, then we're gonna make him be the mage for now. Okay.
Oh.
Remove the 60 cap in the menu. I don't see, like, what are the other, what, besides that, what does that do?
I'm sorry.
Wait, what was he saying? I got this, what? Oh, log. Fires our best shot?
But...
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Do I need to buy anything?
These come highly
Oh, he's got weapons and armor now? Well, this is plus... Wow. Magic +1. This is good for... Yeah, put this on him. Oh, not that. Bone vest is good for... Wait, that guy already has something better than that? Ooh. -2 evasion, +5. Magic +1? Endurance, agility +1. Strength +1. Ooh. Turn this guy into a tank.
All right.
Yeah.
Slash +2, an inexpensive one-handed sword.
Yeah.
Oh.
No harm in it.
What else? I don't have any of these things. A specialty? Cures burn for one ally? Get some of these, I guess. Ice chunk deals 100 ice damage to an enemy. That could probably come in handy later. Hold on, what am I wearing? What am I wearing right now? Magic +1, magic +1. I think we're good. Wait, she doesn't have any equipment? Okay, I've played like 3 hours so far.
Hi.
That's something to sell. Yeah, so far, I mean, this game got really high reviews. It seems really good, but I don't know. So far, compared to
This place.
Infinite Wealth and Final Fantasy VII, I found those games more interesting. At least story-wise. Infinite Wealth has kind of a slow start, though. Like, you spend a lot of time in Japan before you actually go to Hawaii.
Be careful.
Come on! Enemies around.
Good.
We have the idea.
Seeker! Cyclone!
Do you think the 5090 is a generational leap, or wait for Path Trace and Ray Trace 4K for Gen Leap? I think it is going to be a generational leap.
Burn!
If the rumors are true in terms of what its performance numbers are.
You hate to see it.
That'll do it.
Take it. No sense leaving it here.
All right. Right there. All right. How's that? Our usual tactics should work.
You will not be able to reach 4K 60 path tracing or require a 6090.
Any means necessary. Psycho!
I will fight with pride.
Let's go.
Fire!
Now, what's the
I mean, it
play?
depends on what you define as a generational leap.
I shall vanquish evil. I'll cut you down. Let's wrap this up.
Not bad.
Oh, those things are weak to slash. I could have slashed the other one. Would have killed the other one.
Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Grasping wind!
It's okay.
Me! Burn!
In the name of justice, warrior. Hack and slash.
What do I define as a generational leap?
That's how I've survived this long.
I consider 35 to 50%.
That'll do.
35% on the low end, 50% on the high end. Anything above 50% uplift is amazing. And is basically going above and beyond.
If it's useful, I say grab it. On your toes, everyone!
Wait, that thing hit
Brace
me?
yourselves.
Your guard's down.
Seeker!
He's gonna have to heal.
Keep it together.
I knew you'd help. I will fight. Fire!
4090 only reaches 4K 25 frames per second. Wukong. Wait, what?
Call
What?
upon royal power within.
You know,
need
I
to
still
rush
have
this.
not bothered to test Black Myth Wukong with the 4090. I still haven't even done that until now.
Any means necessary.
I just,
Psycho!
I don't know. I just don't really play a lot of games on that computer. Besides Dragon's Dogma and Final Fantasy. I don't know why. Like, those are the only games that... The 4090 is only good for Final Fantasy 14 and Dragon's Dogma 2. At least, I mean, those are the only two games that I've actually used that GPU for. I mean, I have played Final Fantasy 16 recently on it.
We won't lose this fight.
But still, don't let your
Let's
guard
go.
down.
Psycho!
It's okay.
Man, these things are weak to win. These things are really weak to win.
Burn! Just one left.
In the
Oh,
name
he's super
of
weak to
justice.
that. Wow, okay, they're really weak to fire.
No holding back.
I don't even need to do Dino Slash, just melee.
Tougher than I thought.
Blades ready, lads? Go on, finish the job.
Take this! It didn't work.
What? It blocked him? Dragon's Dogma 2 is heavily CPU bound.
That'll do it.
Yeah, they have patched it twice, though. How do I remove the... Oh, that's the dash. Wish I would have figured that out earlier.
Amazing.
Oh, now I have another Miner's Boots. I feel like I should have only bought, like... Oh, I only did buy one of them. So now I can equip the second one. What was it? Accessory? No, not this. Where does it go? Can he not use it because he's not a... Oh. Agility plus endurance plus 1. Wait, agility plus endurance plus 1. Endurance and agility. Well, this does the same thing. Oh, this is worse. Oh, it has 2 more. Oh, I see. It has 2 more evasion, but it has 3 less defense. Wait, can he wear that? Magic +1. Although this will reduce the magic. But 2 more evasion and whatever. Okay, so it's like a 2. It's like a +2 versus a +1. Although I think his damage will be slightly reduced.
I don't think anything would be too tough.
Let's push through.
Very impressive.
Could be useful.
We'll hold our ground.
You would expect around 30-35% uplift.
Trivial.
The problem is the price for that GPU.
Any means necessary. Maybe they're mine. Frosting wind!
I will fight with me. Fire!
You hit their weakness.
I can't.
Almost finished.
Let's go. Cyclone.
$2,500?
It burns.
You've been burned. If you get attacked.
What? Wow.
Unusual.
Burn. A tough one.
Now, what's the play?
Tough one out.
No need to rush
If I
this.
say so
The
myself.
power of heroes. Dying won't do us any good.
Thanks.
Oh, he's poisoned.
Only one left.
Oh no, he had burn
Finish them off and
status.
we're clear.
Burn status.
Fire.
In the name of, I shall vanquish evil.
Dang, he crit that thing. He cut it in half like he was Odin.
Okay. I did it. I'll strive for greater heights.
A few left. Keep your eyes open.
I see the enemy.
Charging in. All right. How's that?
Great moves back there.
Oh wow, so 2 hits can kill him without having to go into combat.
There they are.
I'd say we're evenly matched. Which means
Come on, cat.
This could be our
Let's
chance.
jump on it. Quick, everyone, go!
Any means necessary.
I'll show you the.
You think it should be worth $1,800 max? You do realize that there was a lot of people that paid like $2,000 or more for a 4090.
I won't hold back. Burn. Still here?
Now,
Because the
what's
Strix 4090 was already like really expensive.
Last one. Good one,
Great
Stroll.
job, Stroll. Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Go on, finish the job.
Wish every fight was that easy, eh? Don't get too relaxed. These monsters are relentless.
I guess this is the first actual like.
Forward.
Wow, the mage can like AoE kill everything so fast. Not that. What's the button to see the, oh, no, not this. What was the button to see the minimap? This is Traveler Voices? Oh, this is minimap. Okay, what is this button? Oh, that's the sprint?
Come on. Brace yourselves.
NVIDIA got your back with the GPU leasing program?
Oh, please.
Isn't that kind of what GeForce Now is?
I'll be getting a head start, thanks.
Hey, that's cool that he has that ability to do that. I probably should not have made him the healer though, but I guess because he does that extra attack, that is very useful because he can heal and he can still deal damage.
Let's go. Fire.
I shall fight as the noble. Stepping back.
I need to put him in the back row though. The mage should be in the back row. I think they deal the same damage because they're ranged. It shouldn't affect the damage, I would think.
Let's wrap this up.
Stroll always comes through.
Don't sell a mercenary shop. I've weathered course.
Rias has taken some bad hits.
Seeker.
He could use some healing.
Wait, what he needs to do? He needs to go to the back row and he needs to heal himself.
We're clear.
I will fight with
And then he needs to go to the back row and he needs to cast magic. Like, this guy's the only one that should be in the front row.
Let's hurry on. Not bad.
Good. You're growing.
Ooh, a new skill. Finally, I can cast ice now. Blizzard.
That's all over. We can relax.
Wow, look at that.
In a world where women pay $5,000 for bags, believe you're going to start paying $2,000 to $3,000 for a GPU. You will have no choice. Well, the thing is, at some point, the price makes it irrelevant. That's the thing. Like, at a certain price point, people don't even care. Like, they won't consider buying it anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it with cars. Like, Lamborghinis and stuff, are like Italian exotics are like the most advanced, like, not even muscle cars. They're like performance cars or whatever. They're like the point stands. Like, Lamborghinis, Ferraris are so expensive. Like, the average person who's even into cars is not gonna buy one. You see what I'm saying? So it's like people can be into graphics cards to build a gaming PC. And if the 5090 is like $3,000 or whatever, at a certain point, no one really cares. Because, I mean, for the longest time, the Titan was irrelevant. Like, it was $1,000, nobody cared. And then there was the Titan, you know, the Titan Black, the Titan Z, the Titan X, the Titan XP, the Titan X little p. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was mostly irrelevant. There was the RTX Titan, that was $2,500. It was irrelevant. So, at a certain point, it can get to the price where no one really cares. Like, it's like, it exists, but it's like, okay, whatever. Hey, the proxy. To proxy, thanks for the sub.
I see the enemy.
Do I have a lock-on system in this game?
Charging in.
What?
We'll hold our ground.
Nice dodge.
Oh, I
Not
dodged
like they
it.
could get you with that.
It burns.
Oh, please.
You've been burned.
Any
Okay, he's gonna have to fix this guy.
It won't do us any good.
That helped.
Weak to ice. Oh, they're weak to ice.
Nice.
They're down.
Now, what's the play?
They're really weak to ice.
Power within. They die hard. Blades ready, lads. The power of heroes. Cyclo. Time to end this.
Thanks, Grief.
That's just what Grius does. You've been burned. If you get attacked, it'll hurt a lot more than usual.
I won't hold back. Freeze. Stay sharp.
Should have cast that on the reptile because I would have done more damage, or I wanted to see what the damage amount
I'll
was.
cut you down.
Only
You
one.
need to run.
Finish them off and we're clear.
Not bad, if I say so. I admit, it feels good to get stronger.
You're burned. Can someone heal that?
Can I just keep the burn status?
Luke.
Let's push through.
Whoa. Put it in your stockpile.
Strength plus 2 iron gauntlets.
What now?
That's good. That's more. That's better than what I had. They could sell it for $3,000 and it would sell out. Yeah, it probably would.
That was brilliant.
I mean, there's still a whole bunch of people that are gonna get one. I mean, at $3,000, I'm not gonna get one. I'm not gonna get one if it's that much money. Considering, like, all the upgrade hardware that I've already bought, like, I cannot, no. It's like, if it's $3,000, okay, Nvidia can take a hike, you know, like, whatever. I mean, I just did an upgrade to Zen 5, and I bought the Crosshair Hero recently, you know, like, I mean, I'm not about to go and get a 5090 if it's $3,000. You might scalp the 5090 and resell. Well, I don't know if... I don't think that's a good idea, dude. Trying to sell it for $10,000, I don't think that's a smart move. You know why? Because there's a ceiling on how much you could sell that. The problem is the professional cards don't even sell for $10,000. So there's an upper bound on what you could actually sell it for.
Alright, how's that?
Man, this thing is strong.
Let's take them all
This
out.
battle's ours.
Stay calm,
Let's go.
Seeker!
I'll show you the...
It's not weak, so that is weak to Blizzard?
Ice.
You hit their weakness.
Oh, it's weak to
What's the play?
Blizzard.
I shall vanquish evil.
Right on target.
No
Critical.
need to rush the power of heroes. Help
It's okay.
too much.
Mage. Freeze.
$5090 is going to be so expensive that even scalpers are going to have a hard time overcharging for it.
That'll do. Right. I could get used to this.
I mean, who here is going to buy the 5090 if it's $3,000? Like, legit. Who here would actually pay $3,000 for a 5090? For a 35% uplift? Well, okay, I don't know what you currently have. Assume, well, whatever. Like, who here would actually pay $3,000 for a 5090? Don't all raise your hand at once.
If you see a use for it, I say take it with you.
Okay, let's rephrase that. Who here would pay $2,000 for a 5090?
Come on. Get.
You would pay $2,000 for the 5090. Okay, would anybody else pay $2,000 for the 5090? You don't care since you already have 4090? Okay. If you didn't have a 4090, would you pay $2,000 for a 5090? Okay.
All
All right. What about? Okay. So there are people that would pay 2,000 for the 5090. Would you pay $2,500 for the 5090? So 2,500, 2,499. Basically the Titan RTX price.
Come on!
Hey, good one.
2,498 max or no deal.
How's that?
Whoa, the snakes are strong. You can't get rid of them on the field, and they can actually counter you while you're on cooldown. Did those just summon more enemies? Oh, they're buffing. They're attack buffing. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to get rid of them quick.
Seeker! Grasping wing! Not bad.
What was that?
Oh wow.
Let's go.
This one got buffed big time. Actually, both of them did. Get rid of this guy.
Let's keep this up. In the name of justice. Warrior! Hack and slash. Almost finished. Good one,
Nice
Stroll.
job, Stroll. Only 2 enemies left. Stay sharp.
Seeker! Cyclo!
It's okay.
Me! Freeze! Just one left.
No.
What's warrior?
Wait, what does this do? Heat up increases physical attack skill by 10. That's a passive?
Let's keep this up.
Watch out. We've been spotted.
There they are.
What?
We'll hold our ground.
Oh wow, strong acid.
Careless. Here I go.
Stroll. They've sapped
Falling
the
back.
defenses.
Needs to go to the back.
They're mine. Don't push yourself too hard.
Helpful as ever.
Let's stay calm. I won't hold back.
He needs to go to the back too, actually.
Nice.
You hit their weakness.
I shall fight. I shall vanquish evil.
My blade to the front. The power of heroes. Not bad.
Please.
Stroll. They've sapped your defenses.
Me. Freeze.
You hit their weakness.
I can't afford to hold back.
Ah!
Let's catch our breath.
Seemed the right move.
Nice. I bet we'll find a use for that. Hey,
Is that either a save point or is that?
but how about a break?
Indeed.
Oh, it's one of those save rooms. Man, this is what they meant when people were saying that this felt like an old school RPG. It makes me like, you know how in Final Fantasy, like in the sprite-based Final Fantasies, you would go through a dungeon and then you would get to a safe room and that's where you could save your game. Yeah, so this game has that kind of thing because you can't save when you're in the dungeons like that. You have to actually. A Magla Hollow seems as good as term as anyway. What did he say?
All right.
Oh, okay, so it's like a safe area to rest. Yeah. Make a record? What is that? Save? Oh, that's the save. Okay.
Still, though.
The Tai Chi has the same second clock for doing your... I said that, but I don't know that for 100% because I never actually saw that. Somebody in the stream read that it had that. Like, they read in the manual that it mentioned it, but the BIOS manual never showed it, so I'm not sure on that. The assumption is the Tai Chi does have the external clock feature, but I don't know for a fact that it has it. So I know the only boards that I know 100% have it is the Hero, the Strix E. So keep in mind, only the Strix E, not the Strix A, not the Strix... Well, I don't know about the Strix I, but the Strix E has it. So the E-E, that one has it, and the Hero has it. And then the Godlike has it. The... what was the other one? From Gigabyte? Oh, the Master should have it, but the Extreme AI Top should also definitely have it, because that's their highest end board.
Let's go.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Was there stuff that I didn't do over here?
Come on!
Yeah, nice work.
Cat!
Hey, good one.
How's that? They'll need more than this.
Do they always start in the front row? Maybe I need to change the...
Distancing myself.
If he gets attacked, it'll hurt a lot
Any
more.
means necessary. Let's keep this up.
I have much to learn from you.
Ice! Just two left.
Down.
Now, what's the play? I shall vanquish evil.
One left. Nice job, Steve.
Seeker! Cyclo!
It's okay. We can do this.
They won't hold back.
What is the exact RAM model? What are we talking about?
All right, victory is ours, if I say so myself.
I feel stronger.
Just bump his... I give him more defense.
I shall rise to the occasion.
This guy also needs more defense. But he automatically just chooses his stats.
Can you hear it?
Wow, good find.
Endurance +3.
What now?
So that'd be good for a tank, right? Specially designed protective clothing for miner? Yeah, okay, that's good. Oh, this. Wait, what does this do? Crest that indicates its bearers of noble birth. This doesn't even do anything. Guards, talisman, endurance +3. I think that was everything. What are we talking about? In Canada? Yeah, yeah.
Let's go.
What is it? And if you only got 2 sticks? Wait, what are we talking about? What is the exact... wait, who are those? Oh, you're asking one of those guys?
Pardon?
Let me sell some of this stuff. Sell this old coin.
Now then.
Scrap metal. Sell all of it.
Now then. Now then. Now then.
Ice chunk deals 100 damage to one enemy. Oh, this cures burn. I should have been using this.
Thank you.
Wait a second.
Got it?
How much RAM are you running though? Are you running dual rank dims or are you running single rank dims?
All right.
Single rank dims are much easier to get to run at 6,000. Dual rank is the one that's really hard. What is this? This is a man in a bird outfit? Is that Big Bird from Sesame Street?
It's a crystal. Of raw magma. This feels wrong somehow. Now I remember. They say in the lands beyond mortal reach, great spires of crystal stand. And anyone who might touch them is driven mad.
That's all just superstition though, right? Still, this thing is giving off a really nasty aura.
That's no ordinary monster. Some kind of human?
That looks like Big Bird from Sesame Street.
It's almost like it's protecting the crystal.
Here it comes.
Reese has been burned. If he gets attacked, it'll hurt a lot more.
Are you prepared? Hack and slash.
Distancing myself.
Oh, I need to use, I need to cure this thing. Where's that thing that removes burn? Yeah, this.
Take it.
I will fight with pride. Falling back. Ice.
You hit their weakness.
Oh, it's weak to ice. Is it targeting me? This guy needs like a taunt so he can pull the aggro away from the squishy characters. The front row is being targeted. Stay in the back. Actually, you know what? Heal him because he's gonna stay in the front. He's gonna guard. He's gonna guard.
Okay.
He needs to stay in the back and just cast this.
You hit their weakness.
I can't afford to hold back. Let's see how this plays out.
My blade is steel there, mate. Cyclone.
Oh, it resists wind. Wow, that does a lot of damage. Even though it was guarding.
Time for some close combat. I won't hold back.
How much does this do?
Now, what's the play? I shall vanquish evil.
Well, I'm probably gonna have to
Staying on
help
the
the guard.
defensive.
No need to rush.
And he's gonna have to heal him.
Keep it together.
My thanks.
Whoa. That could cause burn status actually. Yeah, that could cause burn. Yeah, that causes burn. Just back up. And fix the burn. There's no one to use. Wait. Oh, he doesn't have burn? Specialty cures burn. No one has burn?
Not now.
I thought he had burn.
Come forth, royal soul.
You hit their weakness.
I shall fight as the noble I am. No holding back!
Now, the power of heroes.
Thanks. Let's stay calm.
Now, what's the play? Are you prepared?
This is gonna hurt.
Badly wounded. Don't push yourself so hard. Watch out.
Wow, he hit 3 times? Wow.
I won't hold back.
I knew you'd help.
Grius has
I will
taken some
fight
bad
with
hits.
pride.
He could use some healing.
I'm gonna have to heal him actually. Actually, just put this one.
This'll do it.
That helped.
I shall fight as the noble I am.
Now deal some damage. Front row is being targeted. So what happens if everybody just goes in the back row? Will he miss?
Let's go.
It's okay. Let's go. Nice.
You hit their weakness.
I can't afford moving to the rear. Guarding seems the wise move.
No need to rush the power of heroes. Dying won't do us any good.
I owe you.
See what happens now. Because he was targeting. Ah, okay. So if everybody's in the back row, then it completely misses. Okay, that makes sense.
Vitus power. Freeze.
You hit their weakness.
I shall fight. Warrior.
Okay, now I can go to the front row and hit him with
vanquish
this.
evil. Not done yet.
Blades ready, lads. Any means necessary.
Let's stay calm. Come forth, royal soul.
Now.
There.
That'll do.
What is this crystal? By my guess, the monsters were drawn to its aura. We shouldn't leave something so sinister just lying around.
More questions than answers, but there's no time to ponder them. We better move.
You can't be serious.
What's the best 7900 XTX? Probably the Sapphire Nitro. The Sapphire Nitro is probably the best one. That one is a 4-slot in terms of how thick it is. It has the best heatsink. It has multiple BIOSes, so it has 3 BIOS options. It has the standard BIOS, which is an overclocked BIOS. It has a silent BIOS, which is actually the BIOS that matches AMD's reference power limit. And then it has a software-controlled BIOS, which uses the same defaults as the default BIOS. That's the one that I would recommend. That's the one that I actually use for the Tech Thursdays PC. Oh, but it's a couple hundred more. I mean, the AMD reference one is actually pretty good, too. It's kind of a no-nonsense card. Like, it's a 2 8-pin. It's more than 2 slots. It's like 2.5 to 3, almost 3 slots. I personally like the AMD reference card myself, but I think the Sapphire Nitro is the best one. Both the AMD and the Sapphire ones, they both have the vapor chambers. Oh, but I'll tell you another one that's really good. This one is a more recent one that came out earlier this year. And it is the... Let's see if they have it on here. Magnetic. Yeah, the Magnetic Air. This one. So the Magnetic Air is also really good. Like, this is probably the one that I would recommend. Like, if you can't find the Nitro, the Magnetic Air, this one has, like, magnetic fans. So it's very easy to clean and blow out all the dust because you can physically remove the fans and put them back in. This one is from XFX, so I would consider them also. I know somebody who recently purchased this, and they built their like an upgrade. They had like a 3 or 4 year old computer, and they recently upgraded to the XTX Magnetic Air from XFX, and so far they've been really happy with it. The AMD reference card does not run hot, no. The hotspot on that I think is like 84 degrees, which is totally fine for the size of that cooler, and it's not loud either. So, I mean, guys, the GPU I'm using right now is the AMD reference card, and it's very quiet. So on the Hero, the X870E Hero, I'm using a 7900 XTX AMD reference card. On the Tech Thursdays PC, I'm using a Sapphire Nitro 7900 XTX. But yeah, this one is also really good. So, I mean, it's really long, though. This is a very long card. And it is a thick boy. It is big. The nice thing about it is there's no impedance of the air getting out of the side of the card, because there's no like metal bracket extension or obstruction to make it look cool. It's more, it's what is the word? It's function over form or something. So it's not as heavy as the Nitro, you know, like 1.8 kilograms there, 1.86 kilograms, or 1,863 grams. You can see how tall it is. You can see how this one needs a third finger, if I'm being honest here, but it has those floating fans, those levitating fans. So that is really nice. The Magnetic Air. So this is probably the one that I would recommend today. If you can't get the Nitro, or if the Nitro is too expensive in your area. But yeah, this is a really good one. The XFX logo lights up. That's the only thing that lights up on it. It's kind of like like I said, it's like almost like a no nonsense card there. It has dual BIOS as well. This is something that I look for when I'm buying an AIB card. Like, if I'm going to get an AIB card, it has to have dual BIOS. If it doesn't have dual BIOS, I don't see any reason why I should get this over the AMD reference card. So this is the one that I would probably recommend, though, because this one I know it's one of the newer designs, so it's really, really good. The removable fans are like its main selling point, though. By the way, is there any harm in installing the graphics card with the vapor chamber vertically? No. No. You can do it either way. Like, they literally show both ways, either this way or this way. This is what I would recommend. Let me see. Does it have the little thing that hangs off there? Yeah, you can see it's a vapor chamber. You can see the little thing where they filled it and then they sealed it off right there. So this has a vapor chamber. This is what I would get. If it's not going to be the Nitro, and if it's not going to be the AMD reference card, it would be this. I mean, this is what I would get. Other than the Hellhound, the power color... I mean, yeah, power color is good. The one thing about power color, though, is they're not using vapor chambers, so they're using the traditional cold plate, and those tend to have the highest hotspots. They have higher hotspot temperatures. I mean, and I'm speaking from experience because I also have a Red Devil, and the Red Devil has the highest hotspot temperature compared to my Nitro and my AMD reference card. So I was a little bit disappointed in the Red Devil because of the high hotspot compared to even the AMD reference card. Hey Anthony, thanks for the sub, much appreciated. Does the Merc have a good one? Good question. I don't know. The Merc is an older design. Let me see if they've got one. Oh, they do. Yes, you're talking about this one. Yeah, this one was the one that they had from launch. Yeah, so this one also would be good. This is also good. If you're in the US, Best Buy normally has this model in stock, so you could get this from Best Buy if you're in the US. But yeah, this one, it's a little bit lighter than the Magnetic Air. So the Magnetic Air has more metal, it's heavier, so it's going to have but it has better potential cooling. You can see it is slightly thinner. But yeah, this one's fine. Like, I mean, yeah, this one's totally fine. Like, it's got the triple display port. I prefer triple display port and 1 HDMI versus 2 display port and 2 HDMI. One of the things I don't like about the Sapphire Nitro is that it's dual HDMI and dual display port. I would much have rather had 3 display ports on the Sapphire Nitro. So that's the one thing I don't like about the Nitro. I prefer this. This is the most optimal setup. The USB-C is rare, and I prefer not to have the USB-C. Even though you could plug a PlayStation 2 VR headset directly into the USB-C on the graphics card and it would work. I have a video showing how to do that. But I prefer this setup. Triple DisplayPort plus single HDMI is the best one. So, and that's the same with the Magnetic Air. It has dual BIOS. Let's see. Yes, it has a vapor chamber. There you go. It has a vapor chamber. So either the Merc or the Magnetic Air both have the vapor chamber. So yeah, this one would be a good one too. Basically, my choice, what I typically go to, my choices in terms of brand for Radeon cards are Sapphire, XFX, and Power Color. Those are the 3. I typically don't choose any other brand besides AMD themselves when it comes to buying the Radeon cards. How's the heatsink and vapor chamber on this? I don't know because I don't have it, but it's probably really good. I mean, like, this is what, 1,600 grams or something? 1,700 grams. So almost 1,800 grams. So yeah, I mean, it's good. Then it's not going to be as good as the Nitro, though. Nitro's better because the Nitro's like 2,100 grams. It's like super heavy. Why did it go to this page? I wanted to see this. Yeah. This is a really, really thick GPU. But see, it has the dual... It has the triple... But see, look at that. Socket 939. That's 1,939 grams. Yeah, no, I don't recommend MSI. No. I don't recommend MSI for any of them. That includes the NVIDIA cards. What's the difference between the Nitro and the Pulse? The Nitro is higher end. The Pulse is going to be... The Pulse is going to have a lower price point. It's going to be a smaller heatsink. It's going to be lighter, so it's not going to be as cooler. Or it's not going to run as cool as the Nitro. Or it can achieve the same temperature as the Nitro, but the fans have to spin faster, so it's louder by a little bit. But yeah, that's the main difference. And also, it doesn't have the fancy RGB light bar like on the Nitro. So it might also be a dual 8-pin. So yeah. Those are what I recommend. So Sapphire, XFX, Power Color, for AMD. And then for NVIDIA, I typically recommend Zotac and PNY. But honestly, when it comes to NVIDIA, the only one that I personally actually buy is NVIDIA's reference card. Like, I don't actually buy any of the other NVIDIA AIBs. I don't even consider any of the AIBs. If I had to choose one, though, it'd probably be Zotac because they're the most affordable one. But yeah, it's... yeah, the NVIDIA ones don't really... I don't really pay attention to the AIBs on the NVIDIA side. I just buy the Founders Edition. That's literally the only one that I would get. I've been very clear on that on a lot of other videos when it came to talking about the NVIDIA GPUs. For me, so I guess bottom line for me, it's Founders Edition or nothing for NVIDIA. And then for AMD, AMD's reference cards are actually pretty good. So I don't have any problem getting AMD reference cards. Otherwise, it would be Sapphire, XFX, Power Color. In that order. You thought I was going to end an hour ago? Well, let me see. I need to get out of the mines. I was trying to get to the end of this dungeon. And then I'll look at ending the stream. It's still not over? Didn't we just clear a boss? Hold on, I need to go back and save. Alright, let's save. We got past that boss. So I played 4 hours. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. So this is probably a good stopping point. But let's see. Let's go through that boss room and see if we're actually pretty close to getting out of here. I would assume we're close to the end of this dungeon because my characters are running low on MP. So we're going to be doing auto attacks pretty soon. Or just running past enemies.
Alright, how's that? Cat?
Well done.
We'll just have to do this. We'll have to avoid battle by doing this.
Really?
Okay, yeah, we're not fighting that. We're not fighting that. We're not gonna go fight a dragon. Time for Metal Gear Solid stealth mission. Persona has better music. It depends on what type of music you like. Yeah, I kind of think this music, the dungeon music, the dungeon crawling music seems to get pretty repetitive in this game. I wish there was like a second track that could play. You've been watching at 480p the whole time. Any so-called special item you're sensing is bound to have what? You're making it sound kind of appealing.
Got it?
But...
Keep your distance from them as we make our way through.
Let's go. Don't panic.
Wait, what are we supposed to do? Proceed without the enemy noticing. Huh? Am I supposed to go this way? Oh, I can't attack the little enemies because otherwise it'll make noise if I shatter those things. Can't I just run past them then? Was there an item over here? Oh, there was. There's a treasure chest.
Watch out!
So I have to sneak past the dragon to get that treasure? How am I supposed to do that? Like, he...
No, stop.
Wait, hold on.
Can't
I
say
thought I
was
could
expecting
sneak
you
past
lot
him.
to fight. You're either bloody bold or too confident for your own good. Just so we're clear. Slaying the thing's beyond you. Underestimating a dragon is the fastest way to get yourself killed. Fortunately, this one's on the smaller side as dragons go. We might have a chance of driving it off. Listen, keep an eye on its movements. Be ready for anything. If you sense it bracing to strike, stand your ground and shield yourself. Do not waste your lives in a place like this. Now, let's go, lads!
We're on a mission, and we won't turn back for.
So what are we supposed to do? I'm just gonna hit him a few times to see what happens.
My blade is steel on the wind. Seeker!
I will fight me.
Is he weak to Blizzard? Oh, he's weak to Blizzard. Just DPS rush him. DPS rush him. Oh, dodged him.
Falling back.
But no, he's just doing regular stuff, right?
I won't hold back.
Let's stay calm.
He's weak to Blizzard.
You hit their weakness.
No.
Warrior! My blade seeker! You can't stop me!
Oh man, he's smart. He's trying to kill the healer.
Someone help revive him. Grius, no!
To the rear,
That was an awful lot of fireballs.
Here.
There's no chance of
I can't afford to hold back.
Warrior!
Oh, please! Everyone, forgive me.
Get back on his feet.
Wow.
I'll attack from here. Any means necessary.
Back on his feet.
I'll show you the essence.
He's gonna have to get him up too.
Let's try this.
Because the tank seems to be. Oh no, actually the mage does the most
Live to see
damage.
another day.
You're barely holding it together.
It's a lot of fireballs.
You're barely holding together. You gotta heal up quick.
Hold on.
I'll save
Everybody
my
needs to
sword.
go to the back row, I think, and then just like use the magic, the blizzard. It does the most damage.
Here.
That helped.
Blades ready, lad. Let's go. Don't push yourself too hard.
I owe you.
I will freeze.
You hit their weakness.
In the name
Yeah, that
of
does the same
justice.
amount of damage.
Could do with this.
I owe you.
The only problem is I'm running out of MP.
I won't hold back.
He has a big
I won't hold
HP pool.
You hit their weakness.
Now, what's the play?
He's gonna need to put. Wait,
point
how low
wasting
is it?
this.
He's at 50%. I need to restore the MP for the mage, because otherwise I won't be able to do my spells.
Now, let's see. Let's go.
You can just keep curing them.
Keep it together.
My thanks.
You can't stop me. I still stand.
Yeah, he just keeps spamming fireball. It's like whatever. He can have 4 turns.
Let's go. Ice.
You hit their weakness.
I shall fight. I call upon royal power within. Time to go offense. I shall vanquish evil.
Right on target.
Critical. That was good. That was good. I needed that.
Don't push yourself too hard.
That helped. Let's stay calm. I won't hold back.
In the name, I call upon royal
Oh
power
no, I
within.
can't do diagonal slash.
What a mess. Moving to the rear.
In that case,
let's try this.
My blade is steel, the power of heroes.
oh, luckily they're all in the back row. That was like really good RNG right there.
You hit their weakness.
In the closing the distance. No holding back. Tougher than I thought.
Blades ready, lads. Seeker, grasping wing.
I will flee. Freeze.
I call upon royal power within.
Wow, when the warrior is standing in the front row, he's really good at resisting the fireball. Maybe it's better to be in the front row for the fireball? He's resisting those when he's in the front row.
They're mine. Go on, finish the job.
Let's go.
There we go.
Just part of the job.
I'll strive for greater heights.
I think I want to bring his endurance to 10, actually.
I admit, it feels good to get
Strength is only what you make of it. I didn't think I could grow anymore.
Increases one ally's attack for 3 turns.
well.
So that was like an optional boss. The Gauntlet Runner would certainly make the return. Wait, what did he say? A Gauntlet Runner would certainly make our return to Grand much easier.
Hey!
The main character looks... You keep thinking the main character is female because of the hair. Is it because of the thing in the hair? Like the... Whatever that thing is? The hair accessory thing? Oh, an Oinix. That's probably... That could sell for a lot.
What an incredible find.
Nicely done.
Dragon's Indignation. A great sword embodying the fury of a dragon. Slash can be purified at a church. Wait, what? Slash can be purified? Oh, it has slash type damage? Wow. Attack 111 for warrior. That's really good.
What now?
Wow, that's like 31 more attack. Wow. It's totally worth doing that optional fight. Wow. Did I pre-order Monster Hunter Wilds? Not yet. Not yet. When I do pre-order that game, I'll probably pre-order whatever the deluxe edition, whatever the highest tier of edition is, I plan to put at least like 400, 500 hours into that game. So for me, you know, buying the whatever, the deluxe edition, I'm gonna get more than my money's worth because we're gonna be playing a ton of Monster Hunter next year.
All right.
Because I put nearly 1,000 hours in World, although I completely skipped the Switch one. What? Rise. I did not play Monster Hunter Rise. I played a ton of Iceborne, and then I didn't touch Monster Hunter. What actually killed Monster Hunter World for me was Genshin Impact. Switching to Genshin Impact was what replaced... That was like the replacement to Monster Hunter for me. Strangely enough. Oh, I'm supposed to run? Oh. This game has interesting, like, mini-games. The Bridge of Khazad-dûm.
We actually made it out.
And in one piece, no less.
Speak for yourself. I think that shaved a couple years off my life.
Damn storm. Can't afford too many delays, but we'll not be getting far in this torrent. We can make camp tonight and slip onto a carriage to the capital tomorrow, once we're out of the wastes. We'll have to, if we want to make it in time.
Public carriage seems a bit risky, doesn't it?
Not with all the outsiders flocking in for the funeral. We'll be 3 faces among hundreds.
Lovely. Another carriage ride. Hopefully this one's smoother than the last couple.
Let's just get our camp set up.
Yeah, I just didn't like how Rise looked. I played the demo. I just didn't like how it felt. You know, it just didn't. It was not World. It wasn't like World. I just liked World.
This is so cozy. I feel alive again.
It's certainly better than freezing. Reminds me of when I was a child. Back then, I wouldn't have been caught dead out in the wilderness like this. Countryside nobility like us had no fortune to speak of. My parents bowed and smiled for their money, and honestly, I despised them for it. Back then, I thought being a noble was about, I don't know, a life of prestige, being respected. But one spring 7 years ago, our town was attacked by this horrific creature. A human. Though I'd no idea at the time. I was evacuated alongside the servants while the rest of the town...
Someone was saying this looked like, what was the game?
I waited for my
Lost
parents
Odyssey?
to join us in the shelter, but they would never come.
I remember that game on 360. I never played it because I never had a 360, but I remember it.
Behind to protect the villagers who couldn't flee.
There was also another game on 360 called Infinite Undiscovery that I remember. I always wanted to play that, but I never had a 360.
That must have been hard.
Still, it opened my eyes. It changed everything. It taught me who my parents really were, what it really meant to be a noble. But our town's just rubble now. A footnote in history. The human that destroyed us.
It's actually the first Gen 5. It's the TD510 from Inland.
I remember my father petitioning the capital for
The
aid,
T700
but
is
no
in
reply
my
came.
other computer.
Even knowing how much of a
In the
threat
Tech Thursdays
humans were.
computer.
Now, I think, what if the army? Well, Luis. What if he's the one who abandoned us?
I guess I need
If
to
we were
put
just
that in the
a
description of the
pawn
video.
in
'Cause,
his
yeah,
game,
that's not
then,
in there.
Then I will make him pay.
Hey, Grius. We all trust each other now, don't we? I think we can tell him.
Aye. Maybe you're right.
The only thing in the description that's wrong,
the lad's
well,
soul
not
put me
wrong,
in
but
mind of
it's
the
like
past.
not
Something
not
special
exactly
about that soul?
100% accurate.
Well,
So in the description of my
used it
live
to
stream, it
identify
says I'm
the
using
messenger from our faction.
this RAM right here,
But
which I am using,
originally
but it says I'm
belonged to
using
his
2x 24,
kingly
so I'm
gift
using
from
like
his
2 sticks.
father.
I'm actually using
To
4
better
sticks of
suit
that
his
RAM.
highness and his keen
But I will
aptitude for
take 2 of those sticks out
That blade
so I can run my RAM at
specially forged
8,000 in the
with
future.
raw magnet
Right now I'm
formed
just
into
I'm
the
just
metal.
proving that you can do
course,
4 sticks at 6,000
swordplay
single
bold
rank,
and
total of
he
96
amused
gigabytes at
himself by
6,001.
levitating it or standing atop it.
Because that
cried
RAM
about,
is the best RAM that I have.
"The royal rascal, that
It's
one.
my 8000
Those
kit that does
days
8000 at
We're all
1.35.
too short. Then, 12 years ago, it all came crashing down.
I've heard. The prince was attacked, right?
There was a plot on his life. One I wish I'd rooted out sooner. Just like tonight, it was pouring rain. Your Highness, this way! Hurl these blackguards into the palace!
My lord, are you hurt?
Back!
A royal knight. A wench and nothing more.
You knave! You know nothing of true knighthood. I pledged my life to the prince, and I'll not lose it to you! Highness!
Don't falter! Give chase!
Stop! They dare harm him! I failed him again.
Highness! Highness! What is this?
That was creepy.
His Highness survived the attack, but the curse hanging over him was powerful and complex. Of all the mage healers in the capital, not one could wake him. And he grew weaker with each passing day. We might lift the curse if we knew the specifics of its formula, but Luis would never give that up. Which leaves but one way to dispel the curse. Its caster must die.
And you're sure Luis is the man you seek?
I saw him in the fray. He was younger then. Younger even than you are now, and shorter besides. I could never mistake him. And now, after spilling the royal blood of father and son both, the people call him not traitor, but savior.
Hey Lenny, yeah, I'll be testing dual rank soon. So, I actually have over here, what I'm probably gonna try. I could try 128 gigabytes of this stuff. So this is my G-Skill Ripjaws S5. This is a 64 gigabyte kit. So I've got two of these. So I've got a total of 128 gigs right here. So I can try this. The problem with this kit is this is rated for 5600. So I can try to run the XMP profile, which is the 5600 profile, for all 4 DIMMs and see if that works. But the alternative is for me to test 192 gigabytes, which is the one that I did in the video. So I can do that same setup again. The only problem with doing that, the reason why I don't like doing that is because I gotta pull all the RAM. Those 4 sticks of RAM are in 2 different computers right now. So if I was going to test 192 gigabytes, that means I have to pull all the RAM out of 2 different computers, which means both of those computers will not be running, which means I'll have to either like put this stuff in there or whatever. So it's like, yeah, I want to try the 5600 kit to see if this will work. So this will be 128. So that's 4 times 32. So, and see if that works, because I haven't, because this RAM is also pretty old. This is the RAM, this is the first kit of DDR5 that I ever purchased. And this was meant for my 7950X 2 years ago when I built that computer. So, yeah, we'll see. I have not used this RAM in a while, but I'll test this and see if I can do like 5600 or 4800 and see what's going on to see like why you're having a problem there. But yeah, yeah, you may have to try just different. Watching the video and just can't get the 128. Yeah. So I have 128, but it's not rated for 6000, so I won't be trying 6000. I'll be trying 5600 and see if that works. I tried that in my Intel computer and it did not work. So I'm going to try it in this new motherboard and see if it works in there. And see if the BIOS, if either the X870E's wire traces are newer and better, and if that helps, and see if that's, you know, worth doing. Can AMD 7000 series support DDR? Yes, it can. Yes. See my video that I did earlier. So I need to organize, better organize my RAM videos. I need to like have a standardized naming, like a series for that, because I've got so many DDR5 8000 videos on my channel that I don't even know, I couldn't even tell you which one to look for. But yes, I've done 8000 on the 7950X3D, on the 7950X, the 7800X3D. Basically, I've run 8000 on 3 different motherboards. I got 8000 with 3 different Ryzen 7000 CPUs. And I've ran it successfully on an ASRock X670E Steel Legend, a Aorus Master from Gigabyte, and an Aorus Elite, which is only like a $200-something motherboard. So, for me, I think 8000 is doable for a lot of different CPUs and a lot of different motherboards, provided you're using a decent motherboard. So ideally like an 8-layer motherboard. Don't really use a 6-layer motherboard. Although I think the 6-layer PCB boards can do 8000. They're just not gonna do like, don't expect to like tighten the timings or anything if you're able to get 8000 to run stable. So that's the main thing. But yeah, I think like in my mind there's 2 numbers. 8000 for 2 sticks, 6000 for 4 sticks. Now, as soon as you start doing dual rank and 4 sticks, 6000 is no longer like a guaranteed thing. See, and that is where it gets really challenging. So I'll look and see. It's been a long time since I've done that much RAM, since I made that video. That video was like a while back. I think I made that video in January, you know, and I think I did like a 96 gigabyte on AM5 a few months ago, and this basically the same setup that I'm running right now. I did a video about that on X670E, and I think it was an ASRock Steel Legend. I think that was the motherboard that I used for that video. So, but yeah, I've got like a video for Gigabyte motherboards and a video for ASRock motherboards. Now that I have the Asus motherboard, I'll be able to also show the Asus motherboards. So really the only one that I'm missing is MSI. Like I have not touched an MSI BIOS for like 4 years, or maybe even 5 years. It has been a long time since I have seen an MSI BIOS. So let's put it that way. So that is the one that I'm lacking in terms of content, or in terms of like familiarity, because it's been so long. But yeah.
For His Highness, for the King, and for the very future of this country, he must be dealt with. To kill Luis is to see justice served.
I see. So as he did with the prince, he would make of my city a stepping stone to further heights. A tool to spread the infamy of the humans. You haven't told that story to many, have you? Thank you for trusting me with it.
It is not possible to overclock any 6000 memory kit to 8000. what I can tell you, I have tried to overclock this kit, which is a 6400 G-Skill kit with Hynix M die. This one does not do 8000. This is a 6400 kit. It does not do 6000. I tried it. Failed miserably. My 5600 DIMMs, I tried overclocking these to 6400 and failed. So this is the reason why I personally, now I know, like, depending on other tech channels that you might be watching, they might say, oh, you can save a bunch of money, just buy this one kit of RAM and you're good to go and you can overclock with it. The problem with that, and the reason why I do not recommend doing that, is because that is never guaranteed. One person might get lucky and they buy a kit of memory and they just manage to get a good bin. They basically won the Silicon Lottery and they're able to hit 8000. So then they go and start telling everybody, oh, just buy this one kit of memory and save, like, you know, like save $50 or whatever on this one kit of memory and you can overclock it to 8000. The problem is it's never guaranteed. So I'm the type of person that wants the insurance that the memory was already certified to run at a certain speed, so I don't have to play the Silicon Lottery when it comes to RAM. So I typically purchase the RAM, like if I'm targeting a specific speed, like 8000 for example, I'm gonna buy an 8000 kit and I'm gonna just go from there. So that eliminates the memory from the equation in terms of variability. You know, like, I don't like having a lot of variables. The motherboard is already the biggest variable. The CPU is another variable. But I would say the motherboard carries the most weight in terms of allowing you to hit those high speeds. If anything has been learned over the years with DDR5, it's that the motherboard plays the biggest role in allowing you to hit those high memory speeds. The RAM can do the speeds very easily, provided it's certified with that XMP or EXPO profile. And then the AMD CPU, the memory controller, is pretty good at doing 8000 because, like I said before, 8000 is easier, it is less stressful on the AMD CPU to run your RAM at 8000 versus running your RAM at 6000. Why? Because at 6000 you're in 1-to-1, which means your memory controller is running at 3 gigahertz. When you run your RAM at 8000 1-to ratio, your memory controller on the Ryzen CPU is only running at 2 gigahertz. It is a whole gigahertz slower than 6000. That doesn't mean that you're going to get worse performance, because you're basically shifting the burden onto the memory to clock really high so it responds with that bandwidth more quickly than when you were running it at 6000. So it basically offsets the difference. Bottom line is 8000 is easier on the memory controller than 6000 or 6200 or 6400. And that is the reason why I recommend 8000. It's more consistent, it's more achievable for most people, provided you're on the correct memory kit and a decent motherboard. So that's the advice that I would give. You wish they can make it where... I appreciate the super chat, 199 there. Man, thanks for that. You just wish they could make it where we can run whatever RAM or whatever gigabyte we want. Well, it's because there's challenges with that. You got to remember that you're dealing with an electronic device. There's a whole bunch of components in there. The more you have of something, the more there's more things in the chain that have to be taken into account. So it's just, yeah. I mean, I wish I could put 4 sticks of memory in, 192 gigabytes, run it at 8000, and not have to wait for like 3 to 5 minutes for it to train to 8000 and go from there. You know, like, I wish that was a reality, but that's just not the reality. So coming from DDR4 to DDR5, there was a lot of learning involved with, or like, there was a whole adjustment phase to get out of that, oh, it boots so fast, DDR4, to, oh, it actually has to initialize the memory, and then it actually has to post. Okay, and then now it goes to Windows. That whole thing of having to learn that, I feel like both AMD and Intel did not do a good job like teaching or like communicating that until the launch, and then it's like no one really knew. Like Intel got off almost scot-free because Intel offered DDR4 as a backwards compatibility. So like if you bought Alder Lake 12th gen, which was Intel's first implementation of DDR5, Intel was really smart to provide DDR4 compatibility, because most people that bought Intel's 12th gen, they never bought DDR5. So they bought a DDR4 motherboard and they just kept using their DDR4 on Intel. Only now, fast forward to like 13th gen, 14th gen, people are going to DDR5, and now they're starting to learn the same thing that people who were on AMD on the 7000 series learned day one when they were exposed to the whole, DDR5 memory training and all this other stuff. Because it's the same way with Intel. Like, I have a video showing like the memory training on Intel, and as soon as you go to 4 sticks, dual rank, it is exactly the same. Like the memory training time is like super long on Intel. I was like, man, wow, that's long. So you literally have to walk away and just be like, okay, I'm gonna go do something else. You know, go outside and touch grass for a while the Intel 13900K has to go and like get on the struggle bus and figure out how to do the RAM training. I come back and the 128 gigs of RAM like trains to, you know, like 3600. I'm like, okay, so it's basically the same as AMD. So yeah, because I was curious about that, but they're basically the same when it comes to DDR5. One thing I will notice, actually, let's get through this cutscene first. Let me get through this cutscene, and then
A rogue never forgets a debt. Even if it takes 3 generations, we'd see it repaid.
DDR5 made people go outside.
Do we forget a grudge?
Yeah.
And Luis will know that soon enough.
Training 192 gigabytes of RAM has to make you go outside and wait for a while.
Say, friend, this mission means a lot to you too, doesn't it?
Yes, of course it does.
You've been carrying a greater weight than I realized. In any case, I owe you my life, and we've both got something we'd fight to protect.
There's no drawbacks. There's literally no drawbacks. You also get a synchronization boost actually when you run it at 2 gigahertz. You know why? I've done like half a dozen videos on this subject. It's like I feel like I'm repeating this, like I'm reading a script from like a play or a movie or something. So when you run your RAM, the reason why 8000 is a magic number for AMD is because when your memory controller is running at 2 gigahertz, it matches the fabric. The fabric runs at 2 gigahertz. F clock equals 2000 megahertz. When your RAM is at 8000, it means your memory is running at 4 gigahertz. And you're in 2 to 1, which means your memory controller is half of 4 gigahertz, which means 2 gigahertz. So now the memory controller and the fabric run at 2 gigahertz. They are identical, which means they deadlock in synchronization, which means the data flows seamlessly, perfectly in sync, because they're running at the exact same clock speed. So there is no buffering of data when you run your RAM at 8000. This is a thing that no one really talks about, and only now with X870E and Zen 5 is AMD just magically showing, oh, EXPO 8000, the new sweet spot. They're finally talking about it, but this is something that I have been saying for over a year now, and only now is it starting to permeate into the public. So that is the reason why 8000 is the magic number, because you guys have to remember, anyone who had Ryzen 5000 or 3000 knows this. The name of the game in DDR4 world was to run everything 1 to 1 to 1. U clock equals mem clock equals F clock. Fabric was 1800. that means your U clock would also be 1800, which means your mem clock was 1800, which means your DDR4 sweet spot best number was 3600 DDR4. That is where the 3600 recommendation came from. So the bottom line is, if you want Zen 4 and Zen 5 to behave like Zen 3 and Zen 2, you want 8000 as your new target speed, because 8000 returns the behavior back to the way it was in the days of DDR4 and Zen 3, where you had fabric and memory controller equal to each other. They were synchronized. It was not asynchronous. So this is the secret. I don't even know if it's a secret. It's not a secret, but it's like, I've been talking about it for over a year now, and like no other tech, like this is the sort of stuff that you will never find on like much larger YouTube channels that are focused on just entertaining, you know, like fancy B-roll and trying to like sell you a product or something, you know what I'm saying? So, not trying to like dunk on other channels. I'm just saying, like, this is the type of in-depth tech-related stuff that we talk about on this channel all the time. That's why I feel like I know I've said this in so many videos and so many live streams, and it's like, man, it's like if only like the 2 or 3 videos, not even the multitude live streams that I've done on this subject, if only like those had a wider audience, you know, like then this wouldn't be so, oh wow, it's like, wow, that's amazing, you know? Is it beneficial to run more than 8000? No. Well, okay, you can, but here's the thing. When you, man, I really need to get past this cutscene.
Let's save this country. Together.
They're like, there's this heavyweight like cutscene going on. They're all like, oh, we gotta save the world.
We're almost to the
Meanwhile, we're
capital
talking about
after
DDR5 the
I'd say
whole
that's worth
time. This is
celebrating.
pathetic.
I'm beat.
Okay, finally, I can save and then exit out of this.
What now?
Alright, how many hours did I play of this game? Like, so much of this was, like, just talking about stuff. So, I played about 4 hours. 40 minutes of this was basically just talking. So, it was like AFK. But yeah, 4 hours is pretty good. Alright, let me switch over here to... No, not that. Where's Paint? Did I have Paint open? Yeah, I got Paint open. Oh, wow, this stream is actually going to have Paint in it. I wasn't expecting to use Paint in this stream. Alright, let me exit out this game first. I don't like how this game, like, the audio cuts out unless when you alt-tab away from the game. How do I just... Oh, exit? Yes, exit. Okay. Okay, so real quick. Everybody's favorite is the Paint time. Okay, here we go. So here's the thing. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do what was already done in like 6 different live streams and in probably 2 or 3 videos now. But okay, target speeds for 4 sticks. So we'll say 4 DIMMs and 2. Well, okay. Do we want to even do this? This is just my opinion. My opinion. This is totally my opinion. This is not like you have to do this or this is. So this is what I plan. This is what I do. This is what I personally do. So my recommendation for... Why is this so small? 4 DIMMs. 4 DIMMs. I would aim for... Okay, single... So that's 2 DPC. That's 2 DIMMs per channel. And if you're on single rank, target 6,000 megatransfers. If you want to run 4 sticks of memory and single rank, this means 4 times 16 or 4 times 24. So the total is 96 gigabytes or 64 gigabytes. So if you're somebody who really, really likes looking at a PC build with 4 DIMMs, 4 sticks of RAM in the PC, this is what you need to look for. Because you can do 6,000 with 4 times 16 and 4 times 24. As an example, I am currently doing that. I'm doing the latter. I'm doing 96 gigabytes with 4 24 gigabyte DIMMs. And part of the reason why we've kept it this way for so long is to basically show that off. So here I have, and I'll show it again, right there. Well, the fan's in the way, but then you guys can see, like, there we go. My CPU is running at 47 degrees on an air cooler, and it's overclocked to 5.9 gigahertz, and we have B clock enabled at 103 megahertz, but that's unrelated to what we're talking about. But anyway, 4 DIMMs. That's 24 DIMMs each. So that is a total of 96 gigabytes, and we are running this at 6,000, and we're running it 1-to-1. Yeah, that has a thick knock to it, yes. Okay, so that is how I have that set up. We'll just leave that there for now. Okay. So this is what, so if you want 4 sticks, the upper limit is 96 at 6,000. Like this is relatively achievable with most 8-layer PCB motherboards. So we're doing this right now. I've been running this for almost 2 weeks with 100% stability. So, and sleep mode works and all that stuff works. I'm losing my voice. People want 4 sticks because it looks nice. Yes, I mean, I've gotten that comment all the time. On a lot of my videos. So, 6,000. Why? And 6,000, let's say 1. What does that mean? That means F clock equals 2,000 megahertz. U clock, which is the memory controller clock, equals 3,000 megahertz. And M clock, which is the DRAM's frequency, is also 3 megahertz, which means we are in the what AMD calls auto 1-to-1, where auto is F clock and 1 is the U clock and the other one is the M clock. So you can see this is basically how they define the 1-to-1 ratio. If we were to run this in what people refer to as Gear 2, what would that mean? If we were in Gear 2, it means this would be 2, and this is 1. So that means this is half. This is Gear 2, or this is known as 1-to-2. Why? Because the mem clock, this one, is twice the value of the U clock. So now the memory controller is only running at 1,500 megahertz. So that makes it even easier to do, but you're not synchronized. This is running at 2,000, this is running at 1,500, this is running at 3,000. So you have 3 different clock speeds, nothing synchronized. So you get a latency penalty. That is the reason why people are like, you have to avoid 1-to-2 like the plague. It's awful. It's actually not that bad. I mean, we've tested this. Overclockers have tested this. It's actually not that bad. But it is worse than running 1-to-1, which is this. And that is why. And remember, DDR5 speed equals 2 times M clock equals 6,000 megatransfers. That is how we derive the formula. So your mem clock is always half of the advertised XMP or EXPO number. So this is where we're getting these numbers. So if you buy a kit of memory and it's rated for 6,000 and you want to calculate what these numbers need to be, you take the number, you divide it in half, that gives you your M clock, and if you want 1-to-1, that means your memory controller needs to run at the same speed as the memory. Now, that is what I recommend for 4 DIMMs. 2 DIMMs works the exact same way. If you have 2 sticks of memory running 6,000, that's totally fine. That's totally doable. You can do like 2 times 48 or 2 times 32, and those work as well. Now, the challenge is what if you want to go fast? What if you want to run the memory really, really fast? So, here we're going to talk about 2DIMM. 2DIMMs. Again, my recommendation, you do not have to follow this advice, but this is what keep in mind, I have been using DDR5 for 2 years now, so I would consider myself pretty experienced with the technology. But now we're talking 1 DPC, again, single rank. The target for this would be 8,000. And here we're doing a 1 to 2. So now the numbers are going to look different. First of all, we're running 2 sticks. So you can do 2x16 or 2x24. So here it's 48 gigabytes. That's what I personally use. And then this is going to be 32 gigabytes, which I consider the minimum by today's standards. So here, again, F clock still equals 2,000 megahertz. But here's the thing. We're now running half. Our memory controller is half of the memory. So now I want the chat to see if the chat has been paying attention. So what does U clock equal for 8,000? Like what should the memory controller run at to achieve 8,000 on the RAM? So are we able to figure these numbers out? No, the question is, what is the memory controller supposed to run at? Oh, wow. I said it earlier when I was talking about synchronization. When I was doing all the hand gestures. That's when I said the answer. But the answer is actually on the screen. It's actually on the screen. This is the ratio. There. So these two numbers can be plugged in from the equation. First, you got to figure out what is M clock. Then from M clock, you got to plug it in from the ratio. Then that gives you U clock. It's basically mathematics. It's basic mathematics. Even if you don't know the rule that I was talking about earlier about Zen 3 and Zen 2, you can still use math to figure this out. I mean, you would look at what the previous one was showing, and then... Okay. So the stream is super long. I gotta end the stream soon, so I'm gonna have to start typing in the numbers. So M clock is 4,000. Why is M clock 4,000? Because 8,000 DDR5 is equal to 2 times the mem clock. So if you work backwards, 8,000 divided by 2 equals 4,000. That is M clock. Now, we want to run a 1 to 2 ratio where 1 represents U clock and 2 represents M clock. So if 4,000 is to 2, then what is as to 1? So you would work backwards. You would take 4,000 and you would divide it in half, and that would give you 2,000 megahertz. And therein lies the magic synchronization between the fabric and the memory controller. Now they are lockstep synchronized with each other, 1 to 1. This is the reason. It's all math. It all makes sense. So now you can see why when you run in 1-to-1, the advantage you get is that your memory controller and your DRAM clock is synchronized together. See, so they're synchronized together. They're both running at 3 gigahertz together. However, when you run at 1-to-2, specifically in the special case of 8000, the reason why 8000 is a magic number, and the reason why I would avoid 7200, 7600, I would avoid everything from 6400, or okay, 6400 is possible 1-1. So I would avoid RAM from that 66 all the way to like 7800. I would avoid all of that. It's all irrelevant because you do not gain a synchronization bonus. In this case, 1-to-1 means 1-to-1 between the memory controller, which is the U clock. U clock stands for Unified Memory Controller Clock. That is what this stands for. This is the IMC, or the memory controller. So on a Ryzen CPU, you have the I/O die, and then you have the 2 or 1, depending on what type of Ryzen CPU you have the 2 CCDs. The memory controller lives right here on the side of the I/O die. So there are interconnect wire traces that run into what's called the Infinity Fabric. So in this section here is the fabric. The fabric is a think of it as a very fast highway, an expressway that transmits the data from the cores to the I/O die. That is running at 2 gigahertz. So here we have 2 gigahertz. That's 2 gigahertz. Over here we have the memory controller, and then if you're familiar with the CPU, you got your CPU over here, then you have your 4 DIMMs or 2 DIMMs, your RAM sticks are over here. Just for illustration, it's a bad drawing, but you guys get the point. So the traces run to the RAM on the motherboard. But remember, that links to that memory controller in the I/O die. The cores are over here. So this is the reason why the memory controller is like right here, because it's going to run those traces over to the RAM. But this thing is the U clock. That is the memory controller's clock. Okay. So I guess, I like this little drawing that I did. But anyway, we're going to have to back out of this whole thing. We can actually leave this part here. There. So this is the fabric. This is the memory. So this thing here is F clock. This on the right is U clock. But remember, they're mismatched. They're not running at the same speed. Which means you have another little piece of silicon in here that is called they call it a sync. It's like a synchronization device. It's basically used to buffer the data between the fabric and the memory controller, because they're not running at the same speed. So this guy's going really, really fast, but he's like a narrow road, whereas this is a very wide highway. So this can fit a lot of data. It's very wide, but it runs at a slower clock speed because it's very wide. This is much more narrow, but it can clock much faster. It can go up to 3 gigahertz, up to 3200 megahertz, which is where that 6400 number comes from. But that's kind of the reason why that's why AMD says, 6000 is the sweet spot. They're talking about the fact that the U clock and the M clock are the same speed. They're both 3 gigahertz. So you get a synchronization bonus. You get a reduction in latency. However, when you go to 8000, because the fabric is always 2 gigahertz, now all of a sudden, the U clock just so happens to magically match the fabric. So now when the data crosses the fabric like this, it can do that traversal on the same clock cycle. So now you get a reduction in latency when you traverse fabric to memory controller because you do not have to buffer. One traversal can happen in the same clock cycle because both of them are running at the same clock speed. So it basically shifts the focus. And the reality is any sort of increase in latency that you would get from running your memory controller at a slower speed is basically canceled out because your memory controller is running at 4 gigahertz. So it basically, and you're doing 8,000 mega transfers. So you're getting more memory bandwidth overall. So this is the reason why, personally, if I'm going to run 2 sticks of memory, this is my target. Like, that is what I always will aim for if I'm on a Ryzen machine. Because I want this. Now, if you start overclocking, so what does that mean if you want to, like, overclock? So if you want to overclock, if you want to go beyond, like, let's say we want to do 8400 mega transfers. What about 8400 mega transfers? Well, you have to do the math. This means M clock equals half of that, which means 4200 megahertz. But what does that mean for U clock in a 1:2 ratio? U clock is a half of the mem clock, which means this will be 2100 megahertz. So now you no longer get the benefit of this because now you're running U clock faster than F clock. So what do? You overclock the fabric. Now you want to overclock the fabric so that it matches the memory controller so you can keep them in sync together. And so basically the name of the game, once you start going above 8000, you want to start overclocking the fabric. This is where fabric overclocking comes into play. Meaning, I do not recommend overclocking the fabric until you start going above 8000 because you're losing that 1/3 ratio. There's like an unwritten rule where you want fabric, F clock needs to equal, if you're doing 1:1, so for 1:1 ratio, F clock should be roughly 1/3. So 1/3 the DDR5 SPD speed. In this case, so for example, in this case, in the example of 6000, so the example 6000 mega transfer DDR5, this would imply that the F clock should be 2000 megahertz because 2000 is 1/3 of 6000. You divide this by 3, you get 2000. This implies F clock should equal this number. And that is the reason why everyone's like, oh, run F clock at 2000 when you're running 6000. Well, it's like an unwritten rule, but that is a thing. Once you go to 1:2, this doesn't matter. Like now this does not apply if you're running 1:2. So I guess we'll put this down here. That's like a special case. Let me get this thing out of the way. Yeah, but any latency penalty can be offset because remember, here we had a latency penalty here. Now we have a latency penalty potentially here. However, you gain a latency reduction here. You have a latency penalty here. You have a latency reduction here, so they cancel out. In the case of the first one, you have a latency penalty here, latency reduction here, so they cancel out. If you run the RAM at other speeds, like let's do 7200. 7200. Why do I not recommend 7200? I think this is a pointless speed, and you should avoid this one because it doesn't really do anything. Because think about it. In this case, M clock equals 3600 megahertz. U clock equals 1800 megahertz. F clock is still running at 200 megahertz. So now, the reason why this is pointless, and you shouldn't even bother doing 7200, is because now you have a latency penalty here because they're mismatched. And on top of that, you have a latency penalty here. So you have penalty and penalty. You have double penalty. There's no gain. There's a latency penalty here plus a latency penalty here. The reason why 6000 is the magic number is because here we have a latency penalty minus a latency gain. We have a latency reduction. This is a good thing. Here we have a latency penalty here, but we cancel it out because we have a latency reduction here. So here we have a good thing and a bad thing. Well, no, we have a bad thing and a good thing. Here we have a good thing and a bad thing. So it's the summation cancels out in both scenarios. Hence why I recommend both of these numbers. Here we have a latency penalty here and a latency penalty here, so you have a net negative for using this type of speed. This is why 6000 and 8000 are the only two numbers that really matter if you're running Ryzen. Now, okay, I want to caveat that because you can go higher, but you need to make sure that you need to try to synchronize. The goal should be synchronizing one of two things. You either synchronize these two together or you synchronize these two together. That is the name of the game. Choose one. And the reason why I do this one for 4 sticks, because 6000 is achievable with these type of memory capacities. Once you go above, like you do 128, you do 192, then it's a real challenge to try to get 6000. So you're probably better off settling for like 5600 or something. What about 6000 2-stick? It works the same as 4 sticks. Yes, that works the same. You could do that. That's fine. This can be 1 DIMM per channel. The point that I'm making is 1 DIMM per channel. Here's the other thing too. 8000 has more bandwidth than 6000. So that is the reason why if you're going to be on 2 sticks, might as well go for that improvement in memory bandwidth. That is the reason why I focus on 8000 if I'm doing 2 sticks. However, if you're doing like dual rank, so if you're doing 48 gigabyte DIMMs, so you're doing 96 across 248, or you're doing 64 gigabytes across 232 gig DIMMs, then I would recommend 6000 because that's easier to achieve. This is going to be very hard to achieve, although I have yet to see a dual rank DIMM that is certified to run at 8000. Yeah, no one else covers this. This is like the only place on the internet where you'll find this sort of level of discussion and breakdown on this topic. But I hope the concept is you want to synchronize something. You want something to match. Here, nothing matches. So this is like pointless. Like I would never even bother buying 7200 megahertz RAM because it's like, why? Like, what is this? Like, nothing equals. So anyway, hopefully now I think it makes more sense. Yeah, well, the last section, if you only want to learn about the RAM section, maybe I'll turn this into a separate clipped video. But this last part of the stream, because I think that this is actually a really good illustration on why, and it's not even me. Like, I was the one that was saying this from the start. I got so many videos where I have drawn and done the exact same discussion way before Zen 5 came out. Like, this goes back almost a year now. But when Zen 5 came out, I thought it very interesting that when AMD was launching the 9000 series, all of a sudden they start talking about this. So, and the other thing I want to mention is when it comes to Intel, Intel is now recommending 8000 as the new sweet spot for Arrow Lake when it comes to overclocking DDR5. So I'll be digging into why that is a magic number for Intel in the future, but Intel is also jumping on the 8000 DDR5 bandwagon with the upcoming Arrow Lake Intel Core Ultra CPUs. So that'll be really interesting. So that'll be the final vindication, because I've been the one guy on the internet that has been saying DDR5 8000 is the magic number. So now AMD is backing me up with the Zen 5 launch, and now Intel is going to back me up on their end of the fence as well. So this is going to be very interesting. Is Fabric always 2000? It is normally always 2000, but that doesn't mean that you can't overclock it. You can overclock it, but you only need to worry about overclocking it once you go above 8000. Because once you go above 8000, now your memory controller runs faster, so you need to try to synchronize something. So, for example, well, I did it earlier. So, 8400 megatransfers. You want to overclock your RAM to 8400 mega, or buy 8400 megahertz RAM, which already is on the market. So, M clock equals half of this, 4200 mega transfers, or no, megahertz. This is a clock speed. So, what is U clock? U clock equals half of the memory clock, which means this equals 2100 megahertz. So now F clock equals, normally F clock equals this. So what's the problem with this? Is there a point doing this? No, because we have a penalty. We have a penalty here. We have a penalty there. These are no longer equal, so they're mismatched. You get bad penalty. Here you have bad penalty. So this is pointless. However, you can overclock. Whoops, I didn't want to delete that whole thing. You can overclock the Fabric to 2100. You overclock this to 2100, and now this equals, if these two are the same speed, they're both 2100. Now, again, you get the same scenario as this. Now, the problem is you're not going to be able to go much higher beyond 8400, not because of the RAM, not because of the memory controller, because of the Fabric. Because the Fabric can't keep up. The Fabric tops out around 2133, which means if we're going to be very technical, the upper bound limit will be, so if we're doing 2133, Fabric, so let's see. So if F clock equals 2133, because I know this is kind of the upper bound speed that people like to talk about, so that means you want U clock to also equal 2133, which means mem clock will be twice that, which means it'll be 4266, which means the DDR5 speed needs to equal 8532, but nobody really sells memory rated for this speed. So, I mean, so basically 8600 is kind of the upper bound limit. So basically what we can say is we are approaching 8600 on the DDR5. That is kind of the upper bound limit for Zen 5, where you actually get gains in performance. But again, we want to synchronize something. So in this case, we have those two synchronized. So here we have this synchronized. Here we have that synchronized. F-clock on hardware info. I can show it to you in Zen timings. And I can also show it in hardware info. But then this is where I'm going to have to end the stream. This will be the last thing. So here is Zen time. We'll do Zen timings first. Where's Zen timings at? Here's Zen timings. And then where's hardware info? And hardware info is going to be... Where would that be? Oh, down here. Well, anyway, hold on. First, before we do that, you can see... Hold on, move this around. Right above me. So if you have a Ryzen CPU, I highly, highly recommend downloading this program called Zen Timings. You can get it off of Tech Power Up's website. You just go to techpowerup.com. You type into the search Zen Timings. You'll find it. This is the latest version. You guys can see I'm running a Ryzen 9 9950X 16 core. We have a Crosshair X870E Hero. We're on the latest BIOS. This is the latest system management unit version. Here we go. Here are the numbers. M clock equals 3000. F clock equals 2000. U clock equals 3000. So what? 3000, 3000, they both match. So I get a latency reduction. And that is good. This is the case of 4 sticks of memory. 96 gigabytes. I'm running 4 sticks, as I showed earlier. So this is basically what I showed on the left-hand side of the screen in Paint. This is the case of the left side. So that is this. Everything that you see on my computer is running off of this configuration. But next week, I will be running this configuration. So in the case of 2DPC... Oh, if you're looking for the thing in hardware info... where is that? Hold on. Oh. Right. Wait, hold on. Wait, this is in the way. Let's move this over here. No, where is it? Right here. F clock 2000. U clock 3000. And then the memory would be right here. Memory clock 3000. So that's what you would look for. Infinity Fabric clock in parentheses F clock. That's it. 2000. There you go. So in the case of 2DPC single rank is 6000 and EXPO done at the same time. You would load the EXPO profile for 6000 assuming you have a kit of memory that does 6000. Otherwise, if EXPO doesn't have the profile, then like the point is, guys, if you have a 6000 kit of memory, regardless of whether it's EXPO or XMP, it doesn't even matter. You just load that in the BIOS, and that does what I have. That basically does exactly what I'm showing on the screen. Where's my... Oh. I got rid of Paint. Hold up. There we go. You just load EXPO or XMP. If you have a 6000 kit EXPO, you load it, and it basically does this automatically. You don't have to do anything else. It's that simple. Okay. So that is memory overclocking. All of what we're talking about is considered memory overclocking. Why my PC says F clock equals 1800? Because it set it to 1800. So it means in the BIOS you didn't set it. You set it to auto, and it probably set that automatically. So if you're running... Wait, are you on... Which CPU are you on again? That 1800 is Zen 3. That's like a Ryzen 5800X 3D. Oh, okay. So yeah, you just need to go into the BIOS and you need to manually set your F clock. It'll be called Infinity Fabric or Fabric Clock. You know, it might even show F clock in the BIOS. It's in the main tweaker page. If you go look through my memory videos where I show the BIOS settings, you'll see it like in there. You'll see it'll be reading 2000 typically. You probably have it set to auto. And the thing is, AMD literally, the problem is AMD says auto for F clock. So the BIOS defaults to auto. Now, sometimes the BIOS will set it to auto and they'll just choose 1800. But you can manually set it to 2000. And that's all you got to do. So, alright guys, that's going to be it for this stream. Hopefully that was useful. And I will see you guys on Tech Thursdays. We're going to be talking about... We're going to be going through all the we're going to go through all the Intel motherboards, I guess. I think there's too many to go through in one video, though, because Intel's doing a full new launch. But anyway, it's going to be motherboards on Thursday. It's either going to be like the AMD X870, although I think we already talked about the mainstream ones, or it's going to be Intel's new motherboards. So either way, we're going to talk about some of that stuff next week. It's going to be a long stream, so be on the lookout for that. Tech Thursdays. If you're new to the channel, do get subscribed if you like this sort of in-depth content. This is literally the only place on the internet where you're going to find stuff like this. So, alright guys, that's going to be it. I'll catch you guys on Thursday. Take care. I'll see you then. Thanks.